service road that is convenient for the ski technicians and the athletes to access the start. But a fascinating day of racing ahead of us.
Yeah, great conditions, as we've mentioned already. The snowpack has set up very hard overnight. Temperatures in the snow, well, 11.3, a little colder earlier on, -13 recorded at the very top. Air temperature just a shade below zero, but most importantly of all, for those ski technicians and the basis of the skis, very dry air once again. We're seeing a relative humidity in the low 20s. That makes for a very difficult setup for the skis.
Women's Super G, vision impaired. The weather, as we can see, as Martina Wotzer cranks up the boots. She will be getting this first race underway. And the vision impaired. And her guide there, Yelena Sabidusi. And here is the start list. 9 competitors from 7 national Paralympic committees. And the favourite and defending champion goes number 3, Henrietta Farkasova of Slovakia, a 10-time Paralympic champion. Can she add yet another medal to her already impressive haul of hardware that she has from major tournaments? That is the entrance to the canyon coming out of the High Tuo Bowl, and a pattern of alternating red and blue gates set by Daria Capelli, the head coach of the Chinese Paralympic team. Looking up the High Tuo Bowl, the gates snake their way down, very steep and icy part of the track, the High Tuo Bowl, but a key part of it. Need to take the speed out of that section onto the canyon section, which is relatively flat, and therefore no speed can really be generated. We're almost ready to go. Martina Wotzer will get us underway. The 17-year-old. And there is the buzzer that will bring her into the gate. Day 2 of the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games and Super G Day, and the women's vision impaired competition. Martina Wotzer and Yelena Sabidusi of Italy get the women's Super G underway.
Very important turns here right at the very beginning. The first 4 gates really critical in the Super G. Remember, running here onto the Silk Road, the girls and the guys have very little gravity to work with for the next 10, 15 seconds or so. So those first 4 gates, absolutely critical to the outcome of the race. Oh, Wotzer's going down.
Yeah.
Looks like not too heavy a crash. Wotzer suffering a bit of equipment failure. Ski wasn't fully loaded, athlete not really standing on the left ski, and the binding releasing with the shock of trying to set up. You can hear how solid the snowpack is here, and if the skis are allowed to bounce and chatter too much under the body, then sometimes the bindings release. That's a really unfortunate start for the Italian pair.
So Martina Wotzer is a DNF. And big disappointment for the Italian. A couple of the German coaches await their athlete, Naomi Eva Risto, who goes with bib number 5. It's Menna Fitzpatrick and Gary Smith of Great Britain, but good to see Wotzer back on her skis.
Yeah, they'll give the Italians a moment or two to get down to the next exit point. So we heard the start referee saying to the British pairing that they're going to double the interval. So we'll wait another minute and a half or so until the next athletes are on the course, just to allow the Italians to get safely down and off of the racing line.
Yeah, Service Road just a little bit further down the track on the left-hand side that will allow them access to the bubble that comes up from the bottom. And Sabadusi, the guide, just taking Votsa down what would have been the run jump, and they will exit skiers left just here. So safely off the track, we can get ourselves back underway shortly. But far less wind today, ideal racing conditions for the skiers at the top of the hill. And the 1 minute call given to Fitzpatrick and Smith of Great Britain with bib number 2. Fitzpatrick took a clean sweep of medals in Pyeongchang. She won the slalom, came second in giant slalom and Super G, and third in the Super G or the Super Combined as well. So all 3 medals. Looking to open her account here in Beijing. Mena Fitzpatrick of Great Britain and her guide Gary Smith with bib number 2, the next out of the start hut. And here we go then, Smith leading the way.
Much more aggressive and confident start from Mena Fitzpatrick today compared with day 1's downhill. Now here running out onto the flats, Gary Smith, the guide, has to be careful he doesn't let the gap open up too much. An extra factor for them to have to manage is the difference in mass. Gary obviously a lot heavier than Mena, so his momentum will take him more quickly across the flats. So an extra part of the guiding job there, just taking an extra check every now and then over the shoulder to make sure the visually impaired athlete is right on your tail.
Coming to this second time split as Fitzpatrick will now enter the high 12 ball, and 37.96 coming in at 88.7 kilometers an hour.
Very turny through the high toy bowl compared with yesterday's downhill. Technical skiing suiting Mena Fitzpatrick's style. This is great work from the British pairing here. Mena showing very, very clean edge sets here, looking for the tuck, showing confidence here. Strong work.
58.2 as they head through the canyon. Listen to the conversation between the two. Couple of gates from home. This is the final terrain change, and Fitzpatrick tucks for the line, and we'll stop the clock at 1:18.79, and we'll just have to wait and see how that stands against the remaining athletes at the top.
I don't think we need to comment too much on that run there. You can see it all in the emotions displayed in the finish area. Good work from the British pair.
Henrietta Farkasova of Slovakia, the 10-time Paralympic champion, the defending Super G Paralympic Winter Games champion, the reigning world champion, and a force to be reckoned with in the vision-impaired Alpine skiing, and already nearly 0.6 of a second up on our leader Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, Farkasova very clean on those top 4 turns, and to my vision, she's carrying a lot of pace coming off the end of the Silk Road. An inside ski mistake there will have slowed her just a little, but no shaking of the confidence. Still very strong and right on the tail of her guide.
Real close connection between Farkasova and Michael Tjernven, her guide, and you can see that 1.73 now, the right side of the clock.
It's a good connection, yeah. Henriette having to deal with spray off Michael's skis, however, though, and that's a little bit of disturbance, but she's brimful of confidence. Oh no!
Runs wide, catches the right-hand ski on the gate and is down. Oh, what a fall for Farkasova.
That was a really big hit. Let's hope she's okay. She's lying very still on the course here. This is a concerning moment for everybody. That was a very, very heavy hit on the gate. And obviously with the visually impaired athletes, they're focused on being right on their guide's tail, and the gate coming at her completely out of nowhere.
Well, by the looks of things, he's gone for the, there's one ski there.
Yeah,
but I would suggest she's okay because he's left her.
Relatively speaking, yeah, let's have a quick look again. Yeah, just at the very last minute, Henrietta realised she'd run a bit too wide. Farkasova crashing into that red gate. But, yeah, her guide's done a great job there. Checks, first of all, that she's okay. He raced back up the hill to where she was lying. Now, good to see she's back on her feet, so that's a big relief. That was a heavy hit, no question at all there.
Big, big fall and a big, big surprise as well.
Yeah, you know, Super G, it's full of surprises. That's the key thing about this particular discipline, and doesn't matter which category we're talking about. Downhill, the speed is very high, but there's at least a couple of days, couple of runs on the course beforehand, and we saw that in day one in the downhill. Everybody looked like they had the measure of the course. Today in Super G, all that's happened is they've had about 45 minutes to inspect the course, so the athletes have slid down through the pattern of turning gates, inspecting the terrain, trying their best to memorize every little ripple, every bump, every swing from left to right, and there's so much can go wrong when you launch at race pace, and you only properly understand what the pace of the course is going to be like when you've pushed out of the start gate, and that's a huge disappointment for Henrietta Farkasova, because she was skiing into gold medal position, I think, from that run.
Well, that's the sight you want to see after a heavy hit like that, is the athlete, the skier, coming down on their own. And Farkasova will be back for sure, but a big hit, big fall for the overwhelming favourite, but not her day today. But already we can see the attrition rate. 3 skiers out the start hut and 2 DNFs. 1 equipment failure, 1 fall.
Yeah, once again, as I say, it's not that much of a surprise to see big surprises right at the beginning of the field, because all the following skiers, again, it doesn't matter which category, they will be able to use what these girls are doing, girls and guys are doing in the early, with the early bib numbers, to get that gauge on how quickly the course is running. The snow, although, as we mentioned earlier, is very dry, but as the sun has been on it now for about an hour and a half, small amount of free water coming present, and it looks like the course has sped up a lot compared with how it was in inspection, just with that extra bit of moisture coming free from the snow. So something extra for the guide and athlete, the guide and the VI athlete, to consider when they're getting that all-important first feel in these first opening 4 turns, and then again out through the Silk Road on the first gliding section across the flats.
So the youngest athlete in the VI field gets the 30-second call from the timing official. Alexandra Rexova of Slovakia, the 16-year-old, and her guide, Eva Chakakova, are off and running, and they are trying to track down Mena Fitzpatrick of Great Britain, our current leader.
Confident start from the youngster. Looking good coming out of these top turns. A green light there.
0.4, the right side of the clock for Rexova. And good connection between her and her guide as she comes down to the run jump and the second time split.
Yeah, good work by the guide. She's doing plenty of checking. Just a quick note, those of us who have been following this very closely, Rexova had Martin Makovnik guiding her yesterday. This is perfectly within the rules. You don't need to keep the same guide. She's certainly keeping good pace. There's another green light.
Yeah, 0.9 the right side of the clock, and now into this very difficult turny section of the high 12 ball. Has she maintained the green light coming out of this ball? 58.2 Fitzpatrick's time, and Rexova 2.18 the right side of the clock. That's excellent skiing.
Now gliding skills at a premium, even though it's turnier than day one's downhill. The lower section of the course, the canyon, the gully is a canyon onto rock jump there in the distance, as we call it. It's very, very flat, so the skis must run cleanly over the snow.
Rexova tucking for the line, 118.79, and she's in gold medal position, 1.78 the right side of the clock. An excellent ski from the 16-year-old.
Oh, that's something else from such a young talent. That's great. She's absolutely delighted, the pair of them, quite rightly so in the finish area. That was a strong run, especially, as I say, with a relative lack of experience in the speed events.
Noemi Eva Aristo of Germany and Paola Elia Brenzel, her guide, the next to go, fourth in the downhill and giant slalom in 2018. She had a PCL injury in September of 21, so on the comeback from injury in 0.68 the wrong side of the clock from Rexova's time.
It's a decent start up on the top, though, for Ristau. The pair of them were a little bit too wild, I would suggest, yesterday in day one's downhill. And now this is a more measured performance. The gap stretching just a little here as we come to this next terrain breakaway. Guide, yeah, a quick check over her left shoulder, and she stands up to catch some air, slow herself down just a little bit so that Ristau can catch up a little.
2.11 now, the gap for Risto, 75.7 kilometers an hour into this very difficult high throw bowl section.
Get a real clear indication here of how much swing, how much lateral movement across the hill Dario Capella, the course setter, has made. It's a very technical part through here.
Little stumble from Risto, but she regains her balance, and the clock now 4.45 in the red.
Good tuck position here from Ristau. She gets the back almost as flat as she possibly can, allows the air to flow over her. Could do with getting her hips down just a little, though, to increase the aerodynamic advantage, improve the position. Into the final pitch here, though, and going for the line.
1:17.01 Risto's time. It comes and goes. Third place for the time being for Risto. 5.3 off the pace, with just 4 remaining.
This is a lower section of the high toy bow, and Ristau getting the skis sideways a little more than would be ideal, bleeding a bit of speed off there, but a confident run nonetheless.
Linda Lebond and Ulla Gillot of Belgium, and Lebond, silver medalist in the Super G from Lillehammer in January of this year. 57 years of age, but already nearly 2 seconds off the pace of our leader, Alexandra Rexova, the 16-year-old from Slovakia. You can hear a lot of talking between guide and racer. Obviously, they have different styles, but what sort of thing are the guides saying?
Well, the guides are this particular guide is Gillot is just saying swing, swing, left, 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 right, and keeping an eye on where her athlete is behind her, so that they're trying to find the rhythm of the course. It's a bit like a primary dancer leading their partner on the dance floor. Somebody has to take the lead, and that's really what the guide's job is. They need to get a feel and an appreciation for the rhythm and the swing of the course back through their headsets to the athlete behind them, so they can get a feel for where to load their skis up and have a confident chance of following right behind their guide.
Lebon, nearly 8.5 seconds off the pace of Rexova. Feeling her way down through the canyon. And the time of Rex over 1:17.01. That's already gone. Le Bon tucks for the line. 1:26.98, fourth position for Le Bon in the Super G.
Yeah, guiding-wise, the distance was a little bit inconsistent, I would suggest. But again, another athlete safe in the couple safe in the finish. That's good to see.
Millie Knight of Great Britain with bib number 7. Silver in the Super G in 2018 and a bronze in the Super G at the World Championships in Lillehammer on course. And her guide is Brett Wild. And 0.48, so very much in touch for Knight.
Yeah, Knight making some very strong turns up on that first 4 gates, and good pace across the flat section as a consequence. To do with getting the body a little bit lower over the skis, get down out of that wind to try to carry the speed.
A little bit of a gap opening up between Wild and Knight as they come to the second split time, and Millie Knight now finds herself 0.48 behind, so the same time split as at interval 1, so a chance here for Knight.
Good work here by Brett Wild. A bit of technical coaching going on as well as the pure guiding. Getting Millie to stand on her outside ski. And a lot of encouragement here from Brett Wild for Millie Knight. Really could do with closing the gap between his athlete and himself just a little. He's got to be careful here that he doesn't run out too far, too fast onto the flats.
Lost a lot of time through that hydro bowl section, over 2 seconds. But a chance of a podium. Needs to be inside 1:22.31 for Knight. And here comes the finish line now. 1:17.01 has come and gone. But Knight looking for the podium, and she's third. 2.38 off the pace.
Yeah, the high toy section, just Millie got her skis a bit too sideways. You know, I think possibly the gap opening up between the guide and the athlete on the entrance to high toy maybe hurt her confidence to be able to roll solidly and confidently onto that outside ski. But nonetheless, third place right now is pretty good going. She'll be happy enough with that.
Zhu Da King and her guide Yan Han Han are out the start hut now, 21 years of age, but really dialed into the track in day 1 on the downhill. So she'll be hoping to repeat some of that, but already a second off the pace.
It doesn't look quite as comfortable as in yesterday's. These are nice turns and very clean on the outside ski as she came into view through the next camera. And yeah, looking more confident as the ground begins to tip away. As I said earlier in the presentation, the first 4 turns are set very difficult indeed, so you need to be brimful of confidence as you come out the start to tackle this hill.
Well, she found time, now 0.68 off the pace. And her guide, Yan Han Han, also with an impairment.
Good turns through the high toy bowl, I have to say. This is going to be a very important split time in terms of us getting a guesstimate of what the podium is eventually going to look like. Needs to get down now out of the air and get that aerodynamic tuck position.
1.5 seconds off the pace. That is good enough for a podium if she can maintain that gap or even find some time. Zhu Da King from the People's Republic of China looking to disrupt the podium. 1:17.01 has gone, but where can she slot in? Third, 2.29 off the pace. And Zhu finds the podium once again.
Nice slow-mo picks here, higher up on the course. Not the best of turns. Lower down was really where she brought her A-game. Through high toy bowl, that's where she made up some pace. And yeah, great lower section from the Chinese pair.
Eva Nico of Greece and her coach Dimitros Profensas, the next to go. 21 years of age, first Paralympic Winter Games for Nico. And she carried the flag at the opening ceremony, and her opening turns see her 0.93 off the pace.
Yeah, turns were solid enough, but not really attacking, not looking quite so confident. It's her first outing on the speed hill, and maybe that's part of what's going on there. But midsection off the Silk Road, she's looking, yeah, more solid. You can see the shoulders hunching forward over the knees, trying to get down out of the air and stay as close as she can to her guide who's just ahead of her.
Reksova's time, the next split, 3.08 off the pace now.
Done a good job in closing up the gap here down through the high toy bowl. That's going to enable her to get the rhythm, get the swing, the feel of these turns. She's drifting a little low below some of these gates, so not able to take advantage of the pitch and make as much speed as she possibly could have now, which is all important for this coming flat section.
Nico has a lot of time to make up through this canyon section, but in her first Paralympic Winter Games, she'll be glad to get to the bottom. And the time of our leader Reksova has come and gone. Nico will stop the clock at 1:25.25, goes into 6th position, 8.24 off the pace.
Solid turns through the high toy bowl. And yeah, a good opening statement, I think, for her Paralympic account here on day 2.
So confirmation then of the women's Super G vision impaired, and Alexandra Reksova, the 16-year-old for Slovakia, wins her first Paralympic Winter Games gold medal. Menna Fitzpatrick of Great Britain is second, and Zhu Da King of the People's Republic of China is third. Well, a fantastic race, and now we have the recognition ceremony for the athletes who will pick up their medals later on day 2 at the Yanxing Medal Plaza. But they do get their moment here in the finish area with the recognition ceremony. And Menna Fitzpatrick of Great Britain leading the athletes and guides out, along with Gary Smith, upgrading her bronze medal from 2018 to silver in 2022. Good ski from her, but it's all about the 16-year-old Alexandra Reksova. What a ski from her. Zhu Da King, a bronze medalist in the T12 200 meters at the 2012 London Paralympic Games, now has a bronze in the women's Super G vision impaired in the Winter Paralympic Games. Menna Fitzpatrick of Great Britain and Gary Smith pick up the silver medal. Excellent performance from the British pair.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Slovakia.
获得金牌和残奥冠军的是斯洛伐克运动员
Alexandra Reksova of Slovakia is the Paralympic Winter Games Super G champion at Beijing 2022. Brilliant ski from Reksova. Her hero, Farkasova, skied out with a big fall, the overwhelming favourite. But she stepped forward to take her hero's place on the top step of the podium, and a really, really strong ski from Alexandra Reksova. Beautiful morning up at the Yanxing National Alpine Ski Centre, as we turn our attention now to our second category, The women's Super G standing start lists. The Paralympic Winter Games Beijing 2022, and Molly Jepson of Canada will get us underway. And we have 15 competitors from 9 national Paralympic committees. Molly Jepson of Canada with bib number 10 gets us underway.
Super strong turns from Jepson, brim full of confidence here, no fear whatsoever. 13.24 the early splits, and certainly to my eye carrying a lot of pace across the flat section. Coming down now across what would be sugar jump into roller coaster. Yeah, she's really traveling quickly. She needs to anticipate what's coming up over the brim here. Oh, that's great work. Folds the knees up, pushes forward, maintains contact. Next split shows 38.20. But most importantly of all, as far as I'm concerned, these are very, very clean turns, very strong, athletic work from young Jepson.
So yeah, silver medalist in the Super G at the World Championships in Lillehammer in 2022, and 57.12 as she exits the high throw ball into the canyon.
Good tuck position coming across the flats. Skis look to be running well. And yes, this is a pretty strong pace setting from the first female in the stand-up category.
Jepson crosses the line in a time of 1:18.69. And well, we'll have to wait and see how that stacks up.
Nice blend of skills there shown in our slow-mo by Jepson. Very strong work from the Canadian.
Laura Volaneu of Romania was the first athlete in any sport to represent Romania at the Winter Paralympic Games when she took part in 2010. Raced again in 2014, but missed Pyeongchang. Carried the flag at the opening ceremony for Romania, but Valianu into her run, and at the first time split, she finds herself just over a second off the pace of Molly Jepson.
Valianu's rather LW4 skier, prosthetic limb, and you can tell one side the hill favors her a little more than the other, so an extra degree of difficulty. And I have to say, very confident looking skiing from Valianu. She took a few years off, but it seems that she's kind of grown in confidence from that and come back here to the games. Yeah, looking strong.
Coming into the high throw ball at just over 80 kilometers an hour, but with a lot of time to make up on Jepson, our leader.
Yeah, it's a big ask. Molly Jepson had a real screamer of a run, particularly through this high toy section, where it's turned out to be very icy today, not just the aggressive artificial snow.
Oh, she's missed it.
Valianu can't quite make that very difficult red gate. She's not quite certain if she's passed it cleanly or not, so she continues. But that was definitely wide of the gate, so this will be a disqualification, unfortunately for her.
Valianu continues, but that missed gate will mean her time will not stand. And Valianu, disappointment, but just running wide on the exit of the bowl.
There we go, we'll see it again here. She comes in pretty clean, but just can't quite get enough weight over the outside ski, the upper body a little bit too far inside. The ski runs a slightly wider radius than she would have liked and goes outside the gate. In the heat of the moment, I have to say, in her defense, it's very difficult to tell.
Ebba Arsho of Sweden next out the start hut, bib number 12. World champion in slalom and parallel. She missed the speed events in Lillehammer because of COVID, and now is 0.48 the right side of the clock.
Strong top turns for sure, and a green light on the first split for the young Swede. Aggressive line coming off the flats and now onto the pitch on exactly where she wants to be. Takes a little bit more space, goes outside the blue line, set herself up, and that allows her to grow that advantage.
3/4 a second, the right side of the clock as she enters high throw ball at over 100 kilometers an hour.
Got to hang on tight here in these turns. We've seen problems on this next section. Here comes the long sweeping right foot turn. She's hit the entry perfectly, gets in the tuck early and out like lightning.
And 1.31, this is an excellent run from Ebba Arsho of Sweden.
Very clean work through high toy bowl, carrying good pace. It's all about the ski prep now as she tucks down, rolls over the rock jump and heads for the line.
1:18.69 is Jepsen's time, and she's comfortably inside it. 1.76. Arsho with an absolute rocket of a run.
Yeah, that was very quick indeed. Let's have a quick look back. Look how clean she is on the edges. Hardly any snow coming off at all. Sets it up beautifully on the entry to the high toy bowl. Doesn't even break from the tuck position.
Bib 13, Michaela Goslin of Canada. As a bronze medalist at the World Champs in slalom back in January of this year in Lillehammer in those postponed World Championships, and she's trying to chase down the time of Ebba Arsho of Sweden at 0.43, the wrong side of the clock from her point of view at the first time split.
It's dropped a little low on the end of the Silk Road, coming over the little break there, which is called Sugar Jump. Speeding up again through the roller coaster, but not just quite on such an attacking line as I think she would really like. Ice causing her a bit of trouble as she passes the next split.
1.23 off the pace at 96 kilometers an hour on the gun. Our leader Arsho was over 100 coming into the high throw ball.
Yeah, and the Canadian battling against the hill rather than flowing with it. Here's the final splits.
2.62, so needs to get to work on these gliding skills through this section called the canyon.
Snow is fast down here, but unless a skier can translate smooth yet powerful movements into that glide, then it's difficult to make pace.
1:16.93, 2.71, the wrong side of the clock, third for the time being.
Canadians are happy with that. Here's the exit from the high toy bowl section. Look at this spray coming off the tails of the skis. Just not quite as clean as she would have liked.
Alana Ramsey of Canada in the start hut, bib 14, a bronze medalist in the Super G in Pyeongchang in 2018. 5 times World Championship medalist as well.
And she loves to go fast. She loves the speed events. Such a strong program the Canadian Paralympic Committee field.
That's a great start, 0.36 for Ramsey.
Yeah, picked a straighter line than anybody else up on the top part there. Oh, gets bounced a little at the end of Silk Road. Needs to tidy this up. That's a shame. She's carrying good pace.
Was that a result of the straighter line at the top?
I think more she just got maybe concentration broken. She got taken by surprise coming over one of these rows. Remember, they've only had an inspection, but she's not letting it affect her. She's still got a green light there by 0.34 and trying a straight line through high toy bowl. I don't know that it's working as well as it did on the top. We'll have to wait for this next split to see.
200s she lost between intermediate 1 and 2, and at intermediate 3, it's gone red. She's lost nearly a second and a half through the high toy ball.
High toy is so crucial today. It's very turny in there, and if you don't come in on just the sweet spot and with a nice high line out to your left, then you're going to be battling against the gravity as you drop through those bank turns.
1:16.93, the time of Arsho. She's found time in the bowl in the canyon section. Brilliant. She's found nearly a second, a whole second.
She can't believe it. That's a great surprise. Everybody's in shock. Alana Ramsey, what a great glide she did across the canyon. Through here, not the cleanest of turns. This is a little part up near the top where she got taken by surprise by the terrain dropping away. But look, sticks under the arms. Brave, confident skiing from Alana Ramsey. What a run.
Zhang Mengqiu from the People's Republic of China next on track. Only took the sport up 6 years ago, but certainly showed it in day one in the downhill that she's in tune with this mountain. And she's got the green lights at the first split by 0.12.
Yeah, using every bit of the home snow advantage. It does help a little to, or more than a little, to know the hill, particularly for Super G, as we've said already. Only a short course inspection, no training runs on this course. And now at full race pace, Zhang coming over the next breakaway. Looking for that early entry, but just a little bit lower than she would have liked.
The turns look clean, and it's resulting in a big green light now, 1.68, the right side of the clock.
And looks to be carrying it well through the high toy bow. Quite a straight line, drifting and punching the skis past the gate. In very straight on this last two, but a quick switch. A bit of a drift on this long turn.
Oh, look at that time split now. 3.11, the right side of the clock. This is excellent from Zhang. The People's Republic of China have never won gold in para-alpine skiing. And this would be a real turn up for the books. 1:16.84 is under real threat. This is going to be a big run from Zhang. She's in by 3.3 seconds.
Wow, this has been some race so far for the standout women's category. Zhang absolutely delighted with her work, quite rightly so. Let's have a quick look back. Clean turns and just, you know, being quite gentle in these high-speed turns. A nice soft touch, allowing her to really fly across the surface of the snow without having to fight against it too hard.
Andrea Rothfuss of Germany, next out of the hut, silver medalist 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. She's been on the podium at every Paralympic Winter Games since 2006. Can she find a run here to keep that record going?
Ooh, Rothfuss was going well on the Silk Road, but just a little bit late on the entry to the exit turn at the end of the Silk Road section. Bad place to lose momentum, because although it steepens up a little, it's not the steepest part of the hill. This is better again here. But again, just a little bit late with the switch. Didn't get the left ski loaded up on the entry to the high toy bow, and now battling against the line.
3.97, the wrong side of the clock at the entrance to the high toy bow, then just has a little stumble on that patch of snow that is gathered, and then runs very wide, but just makes the red control gate.
And now she's got to keep the skis quiet, stay calm here, just minimal edge angle to bring her around the curves. The skis must run absolutely parallel, and we're seeing just sometimes the tips opening a little wider than the tails.
1:13.54, that's long gone, and she slides into 6th, 8.81 off the pace. And a shake of the head for Rothfuss.
No, she knows the errors in high toy bow cost her dearly on the following flats. You know, she's not a heavy enough built athlete to be able to pick up momentum across the flatter section. And here at the end of Silk Road, this is where one of the other very costly errors was made.
Anna Maria Reider of Germany, the next to go, hails from Garmisch-Partenkirchen. Her parents are both trainers and scientists at the Olympic Alpine Ski Centre. She was third in the World Championships in the Super Combined a couple of months ago in Lillehammer, and also in 2017 in slalom, but she's 0.33, the wrong side of the clock of Zhang, our leader's time, but that's in touch.
Yeah, she's certainly still in the game. That was a good top section in the first 4 turns. Got the skis running clean. Needs to keep her body as low as possible here. The speed is pretty high, remember, so the drag force generated by the body falling through the air is very high. The more you can do to minimize that without compromising what you can do with your legs, the better it is aerodynamically.
And the gap grows now to 2.4, so just over 2 seconds lost in that section.
Now, the turns aren't as clean as she would like through High Toy Bow. It's a case of damage limitation, I would suggest now.
Well, 2.4 is now 3.9, so another second and a half goes for Ryder. Well, we've seen a second gain, well, 0.99 of a second gain through here. Our leader Zhang found that much in the canyon section. But her time of 1:13.54 is safe from Ryder at least, and 5.09 slides into 4th position.
Zhang there in the leader's enclosure with the anxious wait. Quick look back at Ryder's run here. Yeah, watch the outside ski, bounce, 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 bounce one more time, and then it picks up just towards the end of the curve. Very difficult.
Marie Bochet of France, the defending Super G champion from Pyeongchang in 2018, 8 times a Paralympic gold medalist. She won 4 golds in Pyeongchang, but 0.42 already a lot of time to make up on Zhang, who was lightning down here.
You know, you could see Maria has been absolutely faultless on this run so far. However, I would suggest she's maybe just gone a little bit rounder than she needed to on those top turns. A slightly farther distance traveled, translating to a red light at the early split.
And that's now grown to a second, but traveling at over 100 kilometers an hour. That's the quickest we've seen on the gun coming into the High Tuo Bowl, and these are really quick turns from Bochet.
Need to be from Bochet. You can see her factor is 100%, so her impairment doesn't really gain her any advantage against the clock. So she really has to ski at the very, very top of her abilities if she wants to make an impact on the podium.
Well, she's definitely skiing inside the podium here. It's separated by 3.39, but 1:13.54 is the time that is interesting. Bochet, that has come and gone. She'll be on the podium. She's second, 1.43 off the pace. It was an excellent run from Bochet. It really was quick.
Yeah, she's relieved with that. She deserves to be on the podium with the effort she put into this run. Have a look at these turns, super clean. Look at the arc the skis following. It's so clean, hardly a flake of snow coming off the skis through those high-speed turns.
Japan in the start hut now. Hondo Ami, third in the downhill at the World Champs in 2019. The 25-year-old. What can she do on Super G Day at these Paralympic Winter Games? Trying to chase down Zhang Mengqiu from China, who is our current leader, but already has over a second to find.
Yeah, it doesn't display the aggression that translates to a straighter, aggressive, quicker line on those top turns. Strong skiing though, nonetheless. Technically, can't really be faulted. Straighter here, clips the gates, and works hard to gain height.
Well, that's the quickest on the gun at 103, but it was too hot for her to handle. She ran really wide coming into the bowl.
Yeah, exactly. She just got caught out a little by the pace. Didn't quite get the ski loaded up early enough. You saw this in day one's downhill. Come into the High Toy Bowl, you come in with no vision of where the course is going. And another rather lucky escape for Hondo as she exits the High Toy Bowl and out now onto the canyon flats.
Just making that control gate.
Certainly trying at the max of her capacity. Over the final pitch now.
Zhang's time has gone, so has the podium. 8th position, 6.38 off the pace for Hondo Ami.
She's disappointed. I think that slight uncertainty of the ideal line on the lower part. Here's where she drifted wide, and you can see the tracks further to the inside, closer to the blue flag. She was a good 4 or 5 meters off of those, so a big chunk of time went by her there. That's a shame for her.
Well, that is our current leader, Zhang. Petra Smazova of Slovakia on track, her 5th Paralympic Winter Games. Has a couple of medals, a bronze from the slalom in 2014 and a bronze from the giant slalom in 2010. Didn't finish the Super G in Pyeongchang.
Good solid top turns. Maybe just could try to be a little bit more aggressive, take a bit more risk with the line, go ever so slightly straighter, but getting the skis carving cleanly is key in Super G. It's not always possible to carve every single meter of the way down, no matter what your ability as a skier is, but keeping them as clean as possible, that's one of the primary tasks in this game.
Made her World Championship debut in 2004, so 18 years she's been representing Slovakia at major championships.
Age no barrier in Paralympic Alpine skiing. We saw that in the men's and women's downhill competition on day one. Smartsova now 11.32 adrift on the final split. Tucks in and just tries to let the skis glide as smoothly and as gently and as quickly, obviously, as possible as she comes through the final flats through the canyon.
Smazova then. Tuck for the line. The podium is gone. And she will slide into 10th position. 15.88 off the pace. Kamiyama Noriko of Japan in the start hut, making her Paralympic Winter Games debut at the age of 49.
Yeah, rather debutant start here, not looking so confident with the higher speed in these top turns.
1.26 off the pace for Kamiyama, who is also a para-athlete in swimming and shooting.
Rather different environment for her here on the slick slopes of the Alpine Centre. Doing a good job, though, considering her lack of experience on these long boards. Just a little uncertain again of the line here. Remember, as this course sweeps around to the skier's right, it's impossible in the previous gates to see exactly where the gates are going to lead you, or where you have to drive your way down through those gates. So again, that course inspection earlier today, one of those skills that takes a number of years to learn to a high degree of precision, particularly for Super G. So again, that lack of experience damaging Kamiyama's chances a little bit. 10.91 on the final split.
So here comes Kamiyama past Rusi's rock on her right-hand side over the rock jump. And she'll see the finish for the first time, and she'll stop the clock at 1:27.73, 10th position. 14.19 off the pace of Zhang, our leader.
Yeah, real good effort physically there from the Japanese skier.
Guo Xiaoxin of the People's Republic of China, 23 years of age, took up the sport in 2016, but 1.94 off the pace at the first split, and that has grown now to 8.9.
Good line into high toy bowl, just unable to get clean purchase on all of that. That's a better one, the red gate turn, and that blue also a bit cleaner. Feels the skis working well for her, looks confident enough to grab the tuck for a microsecond between those gates, and now tries to sling her body as low as possible for the flats.
There's a little bobble on that penultimate gate coming out of the high toe bowl that has seemed to have caught a number of the athletes in this standing category.
Yeah, I hope they clean that up. I think there's some loose snow left over from the slip crew. Is they exit the course there, or they switch from one crew to another?
1:13.54, 12th position, 16.82 for Guo. Vanessa Gaskova of Slovakia next out of the start hut, just 16 years of age, her first major tournament for Slovakia, and she took up skiing at the age of 8, and 2.12 off the time at the first split. That's up to 8.22.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you have to think about the success of the Slovakian program overall when you think about their older, more experienced skiers, and then these youngsters they're bringing through. This young lady Gaskova clearly here for big game experience, as the coaches and selectors call it. So I think we keep an eye on her as we watch her career grow through the coming years. 13.47 at the final split doesn't really flatter her skiing, because I'm seeing some very strong turns from this young lady. Somebody to watch for the future.
Vanessa Gaskova, 4 gates from home, and she will finish her first Paralympic Winter Games race. 18.06 off the pace, 13th position for Gaskova.
Yeah, she can afford a smile in the finish area. That's a confidence-building run for the future.
Ali Johnson of the United States of America, the last racer in this women's Super G standing competition, 27 years of age, in her first Paralympic Winter Games, and 3.62 off the pace at the first split, is now 12.11 as she enters the bowl.
Whoa, she doesn't look so comfortable on those very icy turns, I have to say. You know, we watched course inspection, and this run is very, very icy. Yesterday's warm temperatures in the afternoon, allowing a lot of water to come to the surface of the snow, and the very cold temperatures overnight. Remember, it was below -15 through the night, so there's some real glassy, like water ice on sections of the course. So for these less experienced athletes, it really is a big challenge here in the women's standing Super G today. Should make it safe home from now. Not many major challenges, just this one final turn to the skiers' right, where they can't really see where they're going. So again, taking that direction from the inspection. She's got that well, nice and tight, and a nice short straight line to the finish line.
1:13.54, and delight for Johnson as she crosses the line. 14th position for her, 25.96 off the pace. Well, what a competition we have had, and a home win, a first Paralympic Winter Games gold medal for China. Here are the standings, the final results of the women's Super G standing. Zhang Mengqiu creating history for China, taking their first Alpine Paralympic Winter Game gold. Boucher of France is the silver medalist, and Ilana Ramsey of Canada the bronze. Well, now time for the recognition ceremony. And what a moment this is for China. And Zhang, who showed real promise in the downhill on day 1, really dialed into the course, looked at home, looked comfortable on it, and she has brought that again to the mountain on day 2 for this historic moment.
Bronze medalist representing Canada.
获得铜牌的是加拿大运动员。
So in bronze medal position, as she was in 2018, it's Alana Ramsey of Canada.
Silver medalist representing France.
获得银牌的是法国运动员。
The champion from 2018 is the silver medalist in 2022, Marie Bochet of France,
Gold medalist
picks up the silver.
champion representing People's Republic of China.
获得金牌和残奥冠军的是中国
And
运动
Zhang
员。
Mengyu from the People's Republic of China is the women's Super G standing Paralympic champion at Beijing 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists.
女士们、先生们，请向北京2022年冬残奥会获奖运动员表示热烈祝贺。
Oh, what a moment for Zhang, huh? Incredible, and you can see, understandably, the emotion etched on her face.
Yeah, the whole Chinese team will be delighted with this. They've put a lot of effort into preparing for these home games, training both at home here in China and abroad, across Europe and North America, across the last 4 years. All credit to the whole team and a very well-deserved victory by Zhang.
Women's Super G sitting on day 2 of the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. And there are just 8 athletes from 6 National Paralympic committees at the top of the hill. And the world silver medalist from earlier this year will get us, or the world champion, sorry, will get us underway. Forster of Germany. Annalena Forster of Germany will get the women's Super G sitting underway at Beijing 2022, the reigning world champion in this discipline. And a chance to see this track from top to bottom. Asking yourself to go quicker, 13.33. And the speed will start to increase as she comes over this terrain change.
Over sugar jump, this is looking good accuracy-wise for Annalena Forster. She's right on the money, I would say. It's quite hard to predict exactly where the sit skiers are going to want to run, but very important for them, obviously, with just a single ski. Very important that they have absolute precision with their choice of line.
14.56 her time coming into the high throw ball at a speed of just over 83 kilometers an hour.
Can hear and see the skis drifting ever so slightly. Forster set up quite well, but didn't quite get the execution of the first couple of turns in high toy absolutely right.
Just over a minute as she comes on to the flats in the canyon section.
Now, I know the German ski technicians will have done an excellent job with her equipment here, so really what happens across these few seconds is down to them. Nice flat ski from Annalena Forster coming over the jump.
And Forster will stop the clock, 1:23.84. The time that everyone will aim for. She's not sure, little shake of the head.
Yeah, she knows there were 1 or 2 turns could have been cleaned up a little. She'll have to watch and wait very closely.
Muraoka Momoka of Japan, bronze medalist at the Paralympic Winter Games in 2018.
Off she goes down this very steep top section, gets a real nice first turn through that red gate. A little drift on the entry to the following red, dives in strongly on this blue. Now that's the end of the main pitch. She's got to now carry that pace as best she can across the flatter part.
A tenth off the pace of Forster, our leader. Muraoka is the captain of the Japan team here in Beijing 2022. Looking to deliver another captain's performance. Oh, that's a good recovery.
Yeah, she's right on the limit. The ski barely on the snow here, but I have to say the line very precise indeed. Muraoka.
Does she get it?
Split.
Oh, she's bang on. It's absolutely level pegging with Forster. And she's managed to find that tenth of a second, but
Muraoka taking more swing out of this course on the lower part, through the high toy bowl rather. You can see her setting the turn up very high. Has it paid off for her? It's a different tactic to Forster.
Well, 1 minute, 0.59, and no, it's 0.19, the wrong side of the clock, but that is eminently gettable for Muraoka through this flat section.
Yeah, it's all about ground speed across the snow here and how well the ski will run. Muraoka staying calm, trying to get those riggers off the snow as much as possible, trying to take a little bit of aerodynamic advantage from them on the final pitch.
1:23.84, Forster's time. Here comes Muraoka, and she's inside by 11 hundredths of a second. Momoka of Japan moves into gold medal position for the time being.
Oh, this is going to be a close race for sure.
Zhang Wenjing from the People's Republic of China, 19 years of age, in her first Paralympic Winter Games. Was 7th in the slalom at the World Championships in 2019, but hasn't showed too much form in speed disciplines. And is in touch, 0.23.
Yeah, we can expect, I think, the first 6 or 7 of these ladies are going to be very closely packed together. Nice clean turn here, coming through towards the next terrain break. A little bit on a very aggressive line, I have to say. She has to be a little bit careful here. Needs to set up a bit more. Yeah, grabs the line back. I think it costs her maybe a tenth or two on those last 3 or 4 gates.
40.56, and the deficit has doubled just over to 0.48 as she winds her way down through the bowl.
Yeah, aggressive. It's a real straight line here. Oh, it doesn't pay off for her, though. She was taking a chance towards the exit of the high toy bowl, maybe just pointing the ski a little too straight, perhaps a couple of gates too early.
Well, she was clearly carrying some speed because it was a big mistake, and it hasn't cost her that much on the clock. It might cost her more down through here because she's not carrying the speed. And we'll see. 1:23.73, the time of Muraoka, our leader. And Zhang, well, not going to be too far outside it. 0.58. Well, that mistake is really costly. Case of what might have been perhaps for Zhang.
Absolutely. You know, confidence is everything, and I think maybe she just got a little bit overconfident. She knows, I think, herself exactly what that run could have been looking like without the mistake.
Barbara van Bergen of the Netherlands, the next to go, 43 years of age, competed at the Paralympic Summer Games in Beijing in 2008 in wheelchair basketball. And she went on to win bronze in wheelchair basketball in London and in Rio.
Very clean top turns from Van Bergen. Calm approach here, relying on precision. Sets up wide, maybe a little wider than she needed to for this next part of the course.
0.14 off the pace at the first time split. And Bergen now trying to chase down 40.56 and finds herself 1.19 off the pace.
We've seen time made up through the high toy bowl. And Van Bergen, first 4 turns are good. Strong edge set there, a bit of spray coming off the skis, but she's hanging onto that line as best she can. Again, this next split, the final one, as the exit of the high toy bowl, crucial for the Dutch skier.
Oh, she's down.
Oh, and she'd made time as well, 0.77, but it's all gone now. Most of the momentum bled off with that mistake. She did manage to stay on the course, so her time will count. But again, classic Super G error, just the athlete not being able quite to manage the pace that under the ski, manage that against their expectations of how they would be able to ski the line. It's such a difficult discipline to predict.
Well, Van Bergen, a silver medalist in the downhill at the World Championships in Lillehammer. Not her day on day 2 of these Paralympic Winter Games. Fourth, 4.69 off the pace. Liu Sitong for the People's Republic of China. Next on track, 27 years of age.
Very good turns on the top part. Oh, just as I say that, she's going down. Oh, that's unlucky. Hopefully she's okay, but she really had probably 3 of the best turns I've seen any of the female sit skiers manage to make on that opening section at the bottom of Whiteface. Look at these, absolutely clean, but the ski just kicks a little for her, goes sideways, and with only one ski under the body, it's very difficult to try to recover from that position. The balance is gone, and it's really just a case of waiting to see if gravity is going to give you a break and let the ski take a microsecond to point straight down the fall line. But unfortunately, that wasn't the outcome, and Liu is the first, did not finish in this women's sitting category for our Super G today.
So Muraoka Momoka of Japan, our current leader. Nina Forster of Germany in silver for the time being, and Zhang Wenjing from the People's Republic of China in bronze. And there are 3 races left at the top of the track. Great Britain, Japan and Canada. The podium separated by just 0.58 of a second. And Shona Brownlee of Great Britain, the next to tackle this track. A little bit of a pause after the fall for Liu Sitong, but there is the beep that will bring Brownlee to the start hut. Shona Brownlee of Great Britain, the next to go. Silver medalist at the World Championships in Lillehammer of January of 2022. Her first Paralympic Winter Games. What can Brownlee find on day 2?
Very important to have a confident first 2 gates for Brownlee. Looked very tentative in the start, but now that the pace has picked up under her skis, looking much more comfortable.
2.19 off the pace for Brownlee at the first time split.
And an athlete with 0 big event experience prior to this season, so we won't judge just too harshly. Shona looking just a little uncertain of the line here. She didn't compete in the downhill in the previous days, so a little unfamiliar perhaps with the terrain here. It's a complex hill, lots of terrain breaks, lots of blind crests where the skiers really need to know exactly where they're going.
And Brownlee, 9.55 off the pace. She's also part of the British Armed Forces para team, and also races triathlon, finishing second in the PTS4 event at the 2021 British Paralympic Triathlon Championships.
A little bit more swing in these turns than Brownlee really would have liked. Can let it afford to dive in now and try to point it straight through these next ones. Again, just giving the course maybe a little bit too much respect. Again, uncertainty caused by a lack of big match experience, if you like. I know Shona Brownlee will be a little disappointed, I think, with this run. Not far from home now, just got to keep it going nice and steady across the flats here. Don't try to bleed off any more speed than necessary. Just one more right-handed turn here to bring her over the rock jump crest, and she should be within sight of the finish.
Brownlee over the final pitch for the line, 1:23.73. And in her first Paralympic Winter Games race, she's at the bottom. 24.5 off the pace of Muraoka, our leader. Tanaka Yoshiko of Japan, the penultimate racer in the women's Super G sitting. And the 46-year-old, her fourth Paralympic Winter Games. She debuted in 2006 in Turin, but didn't race in Pyeongchang in 2018, and she's a second off the pace at the first time split, as she comes now to the second.
That experience showing, paying dividends, you could say here. She looks to know exactly where she's going.
5.97 now, the time gap to our leader, Muraoka.
Not looking quite so confident down through the high toy bowl. The ski, you can hear it drifting sideways in the top part of each of these turns. Of course, flattening out now ahead of her. She can afford to just relax a little and let it run.
9.26 off the pace for Tanaka. And she winds her way down through the canyon. Very, very narrow just there on that blue gate. And then opens up a little bit before the finish jump. But her compatriot, Muraoka Momoka, still leads the way and is guaranteed a medal, as is Annalena Forster, as Tanaka stops the clock. 11.96 off the pace, fifth position for Tanaka.
You got this, Combo.
Katie Combaluzier of Canada, the last racer in the women's Super G sitting. And Combaluzier is out in the netting. And that fall coming before the first time split. And hopefully she is okay.
Quick look back at what went wrong for Combaluzier. Oh, just got a little wide on the red gate there. The terrain falling away to the skier's left. It's an off-camber curve, if you like. So very important to commit and fight for that line, because for the later runners, there's a little bit of debris, some soft snow that's been brushed off by the previous runners and by the course workers. And as the pace is picking up, and again with the off-camber nature of that curve, well, if you run out onto that soft stuff, the ski's not going to get enough purchase to get the skier around the curve.
So here are the results, or here is the result of the women's Super G sitting, and Muraoka Momoka of Japan does the speed double at the Alpine at the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. Annalena Forster, the defending champion, silver medalist, and Zhang Wenjing from the People's Republic of China in her first Winter Paralympic Games takes the bronze. 4 years ago, Forster was in the middle, but this time out, she leads the racers onto the field of play for the recognition ceremony. Medals being presented later on day 2 down at the Yansing Medal Plaza. But Forster, well taken. Silver medal, the defending champion, Anna Schaffelhuber, has retired. And Claudia Loesch, who took the silver, also not racing here. So a new Paralympic champion. And it is the Japan team captain, Muraoka Momoka, who has won her second gold of these games.
Bronze medalist representing the People's Republic of China.
获得铜牌的是中国运动员张文静。
Zhang Wenjing from the People's Republic of China, 19 years of age, is a bronze medalist in our home Paralympic Winter Games.
获得银牌的是德国运动员
Annalena Forster.
Annalena Forster of Germany, the world champion in Super G, is the silver medalist here in Beijing.
获得金牌和残奥冠军的是日本运动员
Muraoka Momoka.
And the Paralympic champion for Beijing 2022 in women's Super G sitting, Muraoka Momoka.
Ladies and gentlemen, show appreciation for the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists.
女士们、先生们，
Great work
请向北京
from
2022年冬残奥会
Muraoka
获奖运动员
Momoka
表示热烈的祝贺。
as she takes the Paralympic Super G sitting crown from Anna Schaffelhuber and adds another gold medal to her collection. What an excellent start for Muraoka here in Beijing. The men's Super G, vision impaired in the Para-Alpine skiing schedule on day 2 of Beijing 2022. And 10 athletes at the top of the hill from 7 national Paralympic committees. And it is going to be Aigner who gets us underway. In fact, the first 3 were the podium at the World Championships in Lillehammer in 2022. And then we have the gold and silver medalists from Pyeongchang going 4 and 5. So this is a really keenly contested medal. And certainly those through 7 to 10 will also want their say in where these medals will be placed. But it's going to be Johannes Aigner of Austria who gets us underway, just 16 years of age. Johannes Aigner of Austria will get this men's Super G vision impaired underway at Beijing 2022 with his guide Matteo Fleischmann. And the 16-year-old is on his way.
Powerful start from both the Austrian skiers and a very tight connection in these all-important top gates. So far, so good for the pair. Fleischmann taking a good long look over his shoulder before he runs out onto the flat. Make sure Aigner's right on his tail, so they don't need to make any adjustments. Don't lose any momentum as a consequence. That all-important momentum gained in the top pitch, carried very well across the early flats.
Aigner, a silver medalist in giant slalom and Super G at the World Championships in Lillehammer in 2022, the world champion in slalom in 2022, coming into the high throw ball at 97 kilometers an hour.
Still very icy on the entry to the high toy bowl. Both these lads got drifted sideways a little. Coaches at the side will be relaying information to their athletes at the top, warning them about the high pace. Aigner a little wobble on the exit, but he's okay here.
51.18, he was very close to that red gate on his right-hand side, but he managed to keep the tuck. And Aigner now 4 gates from home. This is a good ski from the 16-year-old as he tucks for the line. He will set a time of 109.74.
Yeah, a very strong run from the Austrians to open up this men's visually impaired Super G. That for now is the pace to beat. Great pictures here Good guiding there, check over the shoulder, and that gives the athlete the confidence to tuck his arms under his, and pulls under the arms and keep going.
Hyacinthe Delaplace of France, the world champion, with his guide Valentine Giraud-Moine. The first Winter Paralympic Games for Delaplace. Took up Paris skiing in 2016. He competed in the 200 and 400 meters in the T12 class at London 2012. And he's got 0.39 to find on Aigner, our current leader.
The French boys going a slightly rounder line on those top gates. Good pace here as far as I'm concerned. A little check, and the guy just to slow down ever so slightly. Coming off the flats. They're back together again here now, coming on to the next break.
33.59, and he's now 2/10 the right side. Little bobble as he comes into Haitoi Bowl at 98 kilometers an hour, but he manages to regain his balance. Great skiing from Delaplace.
A little ragged, but fast nonetheless. The connection is strong around this long right footer into the tuck nice and early.
And he's still got the green light. He's grown it by 0.04 of a second to lead by 24 hundredths.
You must stay calm, stay compact, stay well connected through the canyon section. Oh, almost millimeter perfect with the line, I would say.
109.74 the time to beat. He's outside 0.04 of a second. Delaplace won't add the Paralympic gold to his World Championship gold medal. So close.
Oh, what skiing by all of our athletes so far today. Hyacinthe Delaplace, look at the angles he makes. That little mistake there, surely there were 400s lost there at least.
Miroslav Haras of Slovakia and his guide Maros Hudik, the next to go. Bronze medal at the World Championships in January this year. He was a bronze medalist in Pyeongchang in 2018.
A very experienced pairing here. Let's see what they can make of these top gates. So far, so good. Barely budging from the tuck position through these turns. Making pace, making velocity with every turn. Only 300s in it at the top. Look at this.
Good skiing from Haros, who carried the Slovakian flag at the opening ceremony. He runs really wide, but look how he gets it back with the pressure on that left ski.
Yeah, good experience showing there. Doesn't do anything rash, just allows the ski to run that wide line. There's no point in trying to slam it sideways. That's only going to cost time.
33
well together here.
Well, now he's a second inside the pace. 102 kilometers an hour. He's traveling really quickly and goes way out to his left-hand side.
Very wide on the entry to Haitoi Bowl. Has got the line back, but I think it's going to have cost him a little. Guide now having to slow down ever so slightly to remake the connection before the flats.
51.18. Well, he's still the right side of the clock, and he's got half a second to play with, but he needs to keep this quick.
It's all going to be about how much momentum did he really have coming out of Haitoi Bowl. That'll be the final indication as he crosses the line.
109.74 Aigner's time, and the question is, he lost too much coming out of the Haitoi Bowl, and he's a half a second the wrong side of the clock, third for the time being.
Yeah, those adjustments in Haitoi Bowl really too costly, and this is where the troubles began. He ran just a bit too wide on the entry, brought it back nicely, didn't lose too much speed, but covering too much distance, and then, yeah, didn't have the extra pace for the flats.
Jakub Krako and Branislav Brosman, his guide from Slovakia. The first male athlete representing Slovakia to win a gold medal at the Paralympic Winter Games when he won the Super G in 2014. He defended that title in 2018. He's got his work cut out in 2022 to try and overhaul Johannes Aigner of Austria. But 0.14, very much in touch.
Now, we've seen small mistakes paid for very dearly. The question is, can the Slovakian pair keep it clean? Working hard, keeping the body low. Krako doing a good job aerodynamically. The turns are just a little ragged for my money. This is better, though. Nice and clean here.
33.59.53 the right side of the clock, and that's a great turn.
Nails the entry to the high toy bowl. Can they keep it going?
118 kilometers an hour coming into the bowl, by far the quickest we've seen.
Great skiing through the high toy bowl, translating that speed into very clean turns.
And 1.57 the right side of the clock. The two-time defending Paralympic Winter Games Super G champion has taken the gate.
That's a straddle. He won't be certain as to whether he went through that gate or not. That was almost perfect skiing through high toy bowl, but it's all gone by him now. Pretty certain that's going to end up in a disqualification.
109.74. I think he's going to beat it. He's beaten it by over a second, but I think that's a DNQ. Or a DSQ, I should say.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here it comes here. Yeah, right through the gate. That's, you know, in slalom or giant slalom, you would call that a straddle. You don't normally see it. Yeah, frustration back there for Krakow. Now he knows what the final outcome will be. Oh, no, that's maddening. They'll be doubly annoyed when they look at the split times as well.
Giacomo Bertagnoli of Italy and his guide Andrea Ravelli of Italy, second in the Super G in the Paralympic Winter Games in Pyeongchang.
Now, this race is not over yet. Bertagnoli, a very talented skier, more slightly built than the previous guys before him, so he has to make doubly sure down in high toy bowl that he's millimeter perfect and as strong as he possibly can be with the line. Up on the top here, it looks pretty good so far. Next split just coming up.
0.2 off the pace at the first split, and now he's got the green light and in at 107 kilometers an hour.
High toy bowl, here he goes, cracking turns on the second, a little sideways on the first, but look how straight he's managing to go. He's held a high line, he's going to pick good pace off here. This right foot long sweeping turn is going to be critical. This guy brings him out far to the left, and then going very quickly here onto the flats.
1.24, the right side of the clock for Bertagnoli of Italy. This is great skiing from the Italian, 23 years of age. 109.74 the time of Aigner in the finish area, and Bertagnoli tucks for the line and is inside by 0.43.
Awesome skiing, excellent tactical and technical execution by the Italian pair. The skiing more or less perfect in high toy bowl. Perfect blend, I have to say, of risk-taking and precision on the skis.
Great Britain in the start huts, Neil Simpson and his elder brother Andrew Simpson as his guide, 19 years of age.
Ooh, Neil very late out of the start compared with Andrew. Let's hope Andrew picks that up and they get back a little closer, more closely together before they run out onto the flats. Now, Simpson very quick here.
700's the right side of the clock as he tries to chase down his brother.
Well, I know these lads well, and I think after day one's downhill, they'll just wanted to make a bit more of a mark in the Super G today. And so far, so good. That game plan playing out very well for the Scots pair.
Good aggressive skiing, 32.95, and he's 0.46 the right side of the clock, and good speed coming into the ball.
Got to hang in here, and it's looking good. It's not quite as clean as Bertagnoli, but Neil Simpson working as hard as he possibly can, going from edge to edge, aggressively grabbing the tuck every chance he can into the big sweeping turn. Here comes the final check.
1600's the wrong side of the clock. This is eminently gettable for Simpson. The podium separated by 0.47 of a second.
They've got to stay low, got to stay compact, try to keep it clean. Come on, get your sticks under your arms and keep aerodynamically efficient.
109.31 Bertagnoli's time. Here comes Simpson, and he's in by 0.4 of a second. Neil Simpson of Great Britain moves into the gold medal position.
Wow, that's a surprise. That's a real shake-up for the leaderboard right now. Neil Simpson, what a ski through high toy ball. He was barely in contact with the snow, but look at him go foot to foot, working as hard as he can and taking every little bit of risk that he dared. One small mistake here, almost goes down, but pulls it back just in the nick of time.
Mac Marcoux of Canada, the next to go. The Paralympic champion in downhill in 2018 and third in the Super G in 2014. He's a really decorated para-alpine athlete, and he'll have something to say here. 400s, this is turning out to be a cracking race.
Yeah, this will be one of the closest, most closely fought for set of medals, and Marcoux with such experience, tough man to bet against, and so far so good for the Canadians. I'd say perhaps just catching a bit more air than necessary with the upper body. We'll see what the speed gun says about that.
32.49, and he's gone, he's gone. Marcoux goes on the entrance into high throw ball. He was coming in really quick, was 105 kilometers an hour, and just couldn't get the ski to bite.
Now he's just a little bit in the back seat as he tried to roll onto the left foot to bring that first turn under control at the entry to high toy bowl. He's a tough guy, strong guy, so hopefully he's going to be okay. No tumbling in the fall, but yeah, he's looking a little uncertain on his feet. Came in strong, but just got squashed. The hips just a tiny bit too far back, and biomechanically very difficult to hang on there. And a lot of pressure, a lot of force has been exerted on the knees. Let's hope he's not aggravated any of those old injuries of his.
Well, the medic.
He's taking his time. This looks a little bit concerning. Bit of course repair work to be done, but we'll have a short gap while Marcoux catches his breath and just gets a bit of a quick medical assessment at the side of the hill. We'll have to watch and wait very carefully, and fingers crossed that he's okay.
And then you half a sec out of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a surprise.
Yeah.
Big surprise. Because that's the bit we always struggle with.
Yeah, Hannes Eigner and Neil Simpson, the pair just having a chat. But Marcoux
on his feet, he doesn't look too comfortable. He needs to find his other ski, and hopefully he'll be able to ski his way down to the bottom. So he's a tough competitor, this guy, and if at all he'll be, if he can at all, he'll definitely be wanting to make it to the finish area under his own steam. Again, you get an idea here of just how slick this hill is. This is where the water ice came to the, or the water came to the surface and created this glassy surface over the surface overnight. So another short delay just till those lads are safely off the course until we get into our remaining few competitors.
Well, still no sight of that left ski. There's that service road at the bottom of the bowl on the right-hand side. But it's Neil Simpson in the white helmet. And Andrew Simpson that are at the top of the standings at the moment with 3 left to run. Still no sight of the wayward ski. And now needs to come across the track to make this service road on the right, which he is now made.
Let's go, Paddy.
So course is clear, so the 1 minute countdown has been given. And Patrick Jensen and Amelia Hodgson, his guide, the next to challenge. Patrick Jensen of Australia and Amelia Hodgson are on track. Jensen in his second Winter Paralympic Games was 11th in the giant slalom in 2018. And 0.71 off the pace of Neil Simpson, our current leader.
Paddy Jensen, good top turns, but maybe going a little rounder than they need to. It's a very difficult blend to get, just how much space to take on these gates to allow you to bend the ski and carve around, and how much risk to take by pointing it straight and risking things going wrong.
94.6 kilometers an hour, 3.4 off the pace.
A little bit of trouble there for Jensen coming into the high toy bowl, but he recovers it well. Fighting against that very slick surface. Big long right-hander now, get the weight over that, left-hander rather, weight over the right foot.
5.34 off the pace of Simpson as he enters into the canyon. And you can hear his guide, Amelia Hodgson, calling him all the way down. 1:08.91 comes and goes. Sixth position for Jensen, 1.1625 his finishing time.
Just a quick look at that long sweeping double gate turn coming out of high toy bowl. Nice and clean by Patrick Jensen. Just didn't have the pace on the top section, but he's pleased with his efforts in the finish area.
Bib number 9, Marek Kubacka of Slovakia, and his guide Maria Zatovikova. And Kubacka in the B1 category, so he has blacked out goggles.
Yeah, the only B1 in the competition. Marek Kubacka, really a force of nature, I would say. Factor time, you can see on the left, 60.85. He's skiing with absolutely zero vision whatsoever. So Maria, his guide, they've worked up this language between them. For the B1s, the guide gets to use an outboard audio, if you like. You can hear her with that loudspeaker on her back, so he has a really clear audio cue to follow.
5th Paralympic Winter Games, and he's got himself a little stuck on
Oh,
the
now this is
sugar
going to
jump.
be difficult. This is going to be difficult. If he misses this gate, yeah, they're going to decide to call it a day. It's a bit of a shame coming off that early flat. He just ran a little bit too far to the left, and you know, with no visual cue at all where to follow, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to make such a big line recovery. So we'll see more from him in the technical disciplines later in these games, though, for sure.
Yeah, world champion in giant slalom back in 2019. Potentially his strongest discipline. But Marek Kubacka of Slovakia, a DNF in the Super G vision impaired. So Neil Simpson and Giacomo Bertagnoli, the top two, guaranteed a medal because there's only one left at the top of the hill, and that is Logan Leach of Canada and his guide Julien Petit. Last minute chat between guide and athlete.
Short delay here, and the guide making good use of the time. Just doing an extra opportunity to run the course in their minds again. One more mental rehearsal before they get ready to launch down this top pitch.
Good view out of the start hut as you look down this opening pattern of gates.
Shouldn't be long now. We're running a double interval, double start interval for these athletes because they were following the Marek Kubaka, the sole B1 skier in this event. So B1 gets extra space and extra time to allow them to make it safely to the bottom. Unfortunately, Kubaka not making it, but the Canadian pairing who close this competition out will be on deck in just a few short moments. Start referee there in the foreground waiting for the call from the finish area.
You're okay. So tough. So tough. Yeah. That good enough performance for you.
Silver medalist today, yeah. Thank you very much.
So tough. Yeah. No, awesome stuff. Yeah. Do you want to speak to Neil? He might.
So Logan Leach of Canada and his guy Julien Petit will round off this men's Super G vision impaired race at the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. Logan Leach and Julien Petit on course for Canada, trying to chase down the time of Neil Simpson of Great Britain, who currently leads the way in this men's Super G vision impaired. Leach, 19 years of age, first Paralympic Winter Games, but already finds himself a second off the pace of Simpson at the first time split.
Canadians coming off the end of Silk Road, cutting good pace, a little bit long the distance between the guide and his visually impaired skier behind. Could do with tightening that gap up just ever so slightly. Yeah, guide drifting the skis a little, bring some of the pace out of his skiing.
4.99 off the time of Simpson.
A good connection here now through High Toigo, so Canadian boys going back to work, trying to make up some of that deficit. Smooth turns, strong work through this section.
7.35 off the pace for Logan Leach. Just you can hear Leach confirming every instruction given by Petit. Over the rock jump, 108.91 has come and gone, and Leach is seventh, 9.47 off the pace to round off this men's Super G vision impaired race. So the men's Super G vision impaired race has finished, and here are the final standings. Neil Simpson of Great Britain is the Paralympic champion of Beijing 2022. Giacomo Bertagnoli of Italy is the silver medalist, for Johannes Eigner of Austria in third. So the recognition ceremony for the men's Super G vision impaired will take place very shortly, and the medals will be given out later this evening on day 2 of these Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games.
Super G vision impaired.
女士们、先生们，请立正。
Leading them out will be Giacomo Bertagnoli of Italy. Silver medalist 4 years ago. It's another silver for him in Beijing. But in the middle, Neil Simpson. What a moment for the brothers. And they will be announced as the Paralympic champions. And Johannes Aigner, the 16-year-old, in bronze medal. So a young-looking podium in this men's Super G vision impaired.
Bronze medalist representing Austria.
获得铜牌的是奥地利运动员
Johannes Aigner and his guide,
和他的领滑员
Matteo Fleischmann.
Johannes Aigner and Matteo Fleischmann of Austria, the bronze medalists in the men's Super G vision impaired.
Representing Italy,
获得银牌的是意大利运动员
Giacomo Bertagnoli and his guide,
和他的领滑员
Andrea Ravelli.
Giacomo Bertagnoli and Andrea Ravelli of Italy, the silver medalists in the men's Super G vision impaired.
Representing Great Britain,
获得金牌和残奥冠军的是英国运动员
Neil Simpson and his guide,
和他的领滑员
Andrew Simpson.
And the Beijing 2022 Paralympic men's Super G vision impaired champions are Neil Simpson and his guide Andrew Simpson.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists.
A brilliant race, keenly contested, and with so many protagonists, it was Simpson who came out on top. Day 2 of the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games, and in the Para-Alpine skiing, it's men's Super G day and the standing category. And here is the start list. 39 competitors representing 18 national Paralympic committees are at the top. And no defending champion, Kurt Oatway of Canada, not in Beijing. So who can take the mantle from him and crown themselves the Beijing 2022 Super G champion? Liang Jingyi of China, the 19-year-old, will get this men's Super G standing race underway. And Liang, in his first Paralympic Winter Games, was in, or showed good form in the downhill on day 1, and he'll be looking to try and replicate that on Super G day on day 2.
Yeah, confident start shown here at the top of the Super G run. Taking risks, knows this hill very well. They've trained and competed here, the Chinese team. So that advantage they have, although slight, should be used to their best. But it's all to naught. Big mistake coming into the high toy bowl from Zhang Li.
Came in with some speed at 107 kilometers an hour. And now this key exit turn.
Nice flat skis there going out onto the canyon. Very little of the hill left, so the skiers must carry that momentum from the previous section as best they can. Part of that's running as flat a ski as possible.
Over the final jump, Liang inside of the finish, and 109.11 is the time that everyone is looking to beat.
Well, he seems pleased with that. A lot of very competitive skiers still to come. Quick look back at some of these turns. Oh yeah, very tight line through this part, that's for sure, and very clean in these pictures. Hardly a speck of snow coming off the bases and edges of the skis.
Manuel Bodnex of France, the next to go. The 34-year-old. Former ski and surf instructor, but made his debut in the 2018-19 season. And the first time, 11.51. He's exactly a second off the pace of Liang.
Good aerodynamic work, good body position over the ski. Bodnex obviously skiing with that prosthetic limb on the right side, so he just has to make doubly certain of these turns where he doesn't quite have so much power available to put down onto the snow.
2.45 as he almost lies down on the snow, but 109 is quick on the gun.
Yeah, he has to give it absolutely everything he has. He's up against a skier right now with a more generous factor. This is a good turn.
2.27, he's found some time through the Haituo ball, but is it enough? Bodnex through the narrowest part of this rock piste, and 3 gates from home over the rock jump, and 109.11 has come and gone. Bodnex 3.86. He's enjoyed it.
Yeah, there's a lot he can be pleased about with that run, particularly in Haituo. Very good turns indeed. Get a good close-up look here as to how the recovery skills of the athlete tested to the max. That was so close to being out of the course completely.
Bib number 13, Nico Paensnitz of Austria, 25 years of age in his second Paralympic Winter Games.
Big strong push from Pancic as he goes out of the start into the tuck position nice and early. Takes a straight line. He has to try and grab every advantage because he has no help from his factor at all.
12.76, a second and a quarter off the pace of Liang Jingyi, our current leader.
Very good pace across the snow. Air time, one of the first skiers we've really seen taking air.
But it doesn't help him on the clock, and perhaps a little bit too much speed for him.
Yeah, his timing there, he maybe underestimated quite how quickly he really was going. We've seen that with a lot of skiers. The entry to Haituo really turning out to be the critical section on this course today in the Super G.
3.59 now, the deficit for Nico Paensnitz.
Really good aerodynamic position through the canyon.
Paensnitz now tucking for the line, and he'll stop the clock 1:14.58. Third for the time being, 5.47 off the pace.
No, we saw a clear mistake on the entry to the Haituo. Determined look on the face of Pancic in these slow-mo pictures. These are good turns. 1, 2, 3 bounces too many before the ski starts to pick up. And that's where a good chunk of his time was lost, unfortunately. I think he knows it too.
Markus Salka of Austria, the next to challenge the world champion in Super G from Lillehammer in January of this year, and a bronze medalist in the Super G in Pyeongchang in 2018. Same sport class as our leader, Liang. And at the first time split, 800 separate the two.
Yeah, this will be a real battle of the 9-1 category skiers, I think, today. Salker with lots of experience, and exit of Hai Toi Bo will be really where his make or break turn comes, I think. Oh, he's gone straight here. Not nowhere near Hai Toi Bo yet. That was a good escape from Salker. I'm not quite sure what he did, but a very uncharacteristic line error.
Cost him. He's 0.32 off the pace. This needs to be clean and quick.
Yeah, and this long sweeping right foot turn is on his less strong side. He's got to set up well for it, give himself some space. Does just that, loads up as best he can, or get both his feet planted well.
Well, he's found time. He's found over half a second through the Hai Toi ball, and Salker has the green light at the last intermediate.
Oh, this could be close. He's strong. He's very heavy as Marcus Salker. He's carrying great momentum and pace as he comes to the final drop.
109.11 is Liang's time. Here comes Salker. Can he take it away? No, he can't. He loses over half a second through the canyon, and he slides into second place.
That's an important scalp. It's still very early on in this competition. Salker can't believe his luck, but yeah, what could I do, he says. Cracking turn here, but there, a little wobble, and he didn't quite get the setup as far out to his right as he'd have liked for that exit from Hai Toi.
Arthur Bauchet of France, the next to challenge, bib number 15. He was the silver medalist in this event in Pyeongchang in 2018, looking to go one better.
Arthur's so compact. He's quite a slightly built athlete in comparison to some of the other lads, and he's trying to make even more of an advantage, making himself as small as possible.
0.21 behind after the opening turns, but there's plenty of terrain left in this track.
Opens the body up to let his legs push out, extend and flex underneath himself. Needs to get that full body movement to work the skis through those more technical turns.
And that deficit has now grown to over a second, and he's very, very wide.
Another skier caught out by the pace on the entry to Hai Toi Bo. He's done a good job, though, bringing it back, using every ounce of strength to carve those skis back onto the ideal race line. Just has to be calm here and not get too far out to the right.
Well, he's found an awful lot of time through the Hai Toi ball. He was 1.13 off the pace going in, 0.37 coming out.
And he's a good glider too, so this again will be a very close one. Too close for me to call for sure.
109.11 is Liang's time. Here comes Bauchet. It's gone for him, and he's into third, 1.25.
High ambitions, this young gentleman now, and frustration as a result caused by the relatively small error, but at this level of competition and in this particular category, the men's standing, you really need to be flawless if you want to try to win these races.
Conor Hogan, United States of America, next in the hut, bib number 16. Second Paralympic Winter Games for him. More of a specialist in giant slalom and slalom, which is what he raced in 2018.
Another real strong athlete, so 0.38 off the pace at the top split. Gives an indication that he has pretty decent speed underfoot. Let's see how he gets on coming off the flats. Turns not as clean as he probably like, but not too bad. Keeps driving forward, keeps pushing the weight towards the front of the skis, trying to maintain control over the momentum as the hill drops away from him.
0.38 is growing up to 2.77 as he comes now into the Hai Toi ball.
Doesn't look quite as strong as he did down here in the earlier turns. It is very turny through Hai Toi Bo, as technical turns as we see ever in Super G, to be honest.
50 points. Oh, big hit.
Ooh,
oh, Hogan, that is a big, big fall for Conor Hogan. But fortunately, he's moving. He can't move. He's really hurt himself.
He went into the nets upside down, so he's looks to be in a lot of discomfort here. These are concerning moments as we watch Conor Hogan at the side of the course. The course workers are on the case right now, though, so he'll be well attended to.
Yeah, he's hurt his leg. He just hurt it.
Yeah, he kind of got high-sided. His feet came together, and then the skis kind of flipped up and whipped him over. So he went down very hard as the terrain flattens off. Very basically painful place to fall down there. So we'll have a bit of a delay here while we make sure that Conor's well taken care of and is taken safely off the track to the medical centre for further assessment.
Oh, that was really painful. As you say, that when you fall on the flat, it's almost worse because there's no slope to take the energy out of the fall, and it goes straight into the body, and that was really very, very painful for Conor Hogan.
Yeah, a very big slam. I have to say, though, that despite there being very little snow, the safety equipment around the netting, the A-netting, the netting that's suspended on cables and tensioned, really took the majority of the momentum out of the crash. You saw him bounce into the net, and like a trampoline, it extends back, soaks up some of the energy before he dropped back onto the course. But there's no getting away from it. Crashing at somewhere around 80 kilometers per hour with very little protection around you, it's a serious situation going on there.
Well, the medical team would have been stationed just off to the right-hand side, so with him pretty quickly. And they will take all the time they need to get him as comfortable as possible before moving him off the hill.
Hi, Mom.
American teammates trying to stay relaxed in the finish area as the racer is attended to after his crash. Everybody with their fingers tightly crossed to hope that any injury isn't too serious. Course workers in the meantime going back to work and making sure there's enough snow to protect the bottom edge of the A-nets so that they can do their work. And again, back up at the top, Tommy Walsh, another one of the American athletes, keeping himself calm. Coaches relaying information up to the athletes at the start. Always a concerning time for athletes and coaching staff when one of their skiers has had a big crash. Important that everybody stays calm and the athletes stay focused. And Arthur Boucher sitting there watching and waiting with Liang Jingyi.
So still the medical staff working with Conor Hogan. Concerning times for everybody. That's the aerial view of the Yanqing National Alpine Skiing Centre, and the piece like fingers spreading out over the mountain.
Yeah, it's interesting in it. It's a different look at the Winter Paralympic Games with purely artificial snow blanketing the competition tracks and all the trees without a flake on them in between times.
So the white piece down the middle, that is the speed track. Over on the right-hand side, you see two tracks. The furthest right is the warm-up track. The one next to it is where they race the giant slalom and the slalom. And then the white piece over far left on that aerial shot, that is the training run for the speed events.
Yeah, it's really an amazing facility we have here, you know, when considered a few short years ago, only 4 years this area has been built up. They didn't have a hill with runs on it at all, so it's an amazing job done by the organisers here in China to carve out these ski runs from this mountainside and run such amazing races. Really, so far, we've seen quite a few crashes, but it's part and parcel to a high degree of our sport. But so far, the racing has really been world class. You know, very high standard of course preparation and amazingly high standard of racing so far, I have to say.
So Conor Hogan has been moved from the track. And we wish him all the best in his recovery. And he's been taken all the way down to the finish area.
Conor looks to be fully conscious there as he goes down in the evacuation sledge. The ski patrol taking him down, a brakeman on the back just to get him down the steeper bits safely. But will be very well taken care of. As I've just been saying, it's a completely purpose-built competition venue, this, and part of that build involves safety facilities and an on-site medical centre, so he'll be getting a full assessment in a very short period from now.
Here are our current standings in the men's Super G standing. Liang Jingyi from the People's Republic of China leads the way from Salka of Austria and Boucher of France. But as you can see, 1.25 seconds separating the podium. So definitely space for those remaining at the top of the hill to ski onto the podium. And we still have the defending champion, Theo Gumur, to come. He goes with bib number 19. So we're almost ready to go. And as a result, the boots are cranked up. And Sun Yanlong will make his way to the start gate. A moment of reflection for Sun Yanlong as he prepares himself for the Super G Challenge. Sun Yanlong of the People's Republic of China with bib number 17. Next out of the start hut, 27 years of age in his first Paralympic Winter Games. And we will see him from top to bottom. And his opening turns see him 1.29 off the pace of Liang Jingyi, our current leader.
Just looking at the top surface of the snow here, it's warming up quite rapidly, I'm guessing, out there in on the competition hill. Cause a little bit of an extra challenge for the ski technicians and for the athletes themselves, because the snow will run a little bit quicker.
108.5 into the high toe bowl. He's gone down, but not out of the course. He can continue.
Yeah, he didn't actually come to a complete stop. The rules in the speed events, if you do stop, whether you've missed a gate or not, you have to pull out of the race. But just managed to keep a little bit of momentum going, but major damage done to the time. You can see that on the split.
So disappointment for Sun Yanlong. But down to the finish he will come, and 1:19.39 slides into 6th position after that big mistake.
Yeah, here we go. I've just been saying it's softening up just on the surface, but at the entrance to high toy bowl, it's still very hard indeed. And absolute commitment and precision with the positioning of the body over that outside ski, over the left ski is all important. That's not going to change no matter what happens with the weather now from here to the end of this race.
Robin Kusch of Switzerland, the next in the start, at 18 years of age, his second Paralympic Winter Games. His best finish in previous games was 8th in the downhill. Didn't finish the other events, and he's 0.77 off the pace of our leader Liang, the nephew of Didier Kusch, who represented Switzerland at 4 Olympic Winter Games.
Good skiing here. Nice low body position. Oh, gets caught a little in the back. A bit of air going under the skis.
1:16.1. That's the quickest we've seen on the entrance into the high tow ball.
He didn't quite capitalize on it as well as he could. Missed the entry a little. The damage wasn't too significant. He's back on a clean line and cutting it tight here on the exit.
Oh, just makes it inside that control gate as he loses 0.02 of a second through the ball.
Kusch tucks in. He can glide very well, and I'm sure his skis will be excellently prepared. So watch this time closely as he comes towards the finish line.
109.11, Liang's time. That is gone, and Kusch is 4th, 3.81 off the pace.
Yeah, there's where the air going under the skis. That would have cost a little bit of momentum, a little bit of velocity to Kusch. Great turns lower down, though. Through high toy bowl, it's getting pretty choppy in there. We'll have to watch that particular gate quite closely in case it gets more rough.
Theo Gamur of Switzerland, the defending Paralympic champion in Super G. 25 years of age, in the same sport class as our leader Liang Jingyi from China. And at the first split time, Gamur finds himself with work to do. 0.37 off the pace.
Needs to stay sharp. He's on Silk Road right now, but as the terrain starts to steepen up again, we've seen on the speed gun and seen with our eyes, the snow is definitely getting quicker. And the athletes have to be a little sharper as they come over these breakaways to deal with that. They have to anticipate where the course is going a little earlier than perhaps they were expecting earlier in the day.
A 1.46 off the pace and doesn't have the same sort of speed on the gun.
High toy bowl, Gamur working well, trying to grab the tuck position through this little straighter section, sweeps it out. This isn't the strongest side. He does a good job though.
He's found half a second in the high tow ball. So Gamur, who did the speed double in Pyeongchang, looking to try and get back on the top step of the podium in the Super G. 109.11 is the time of our leader Liang, and Gamur is going to be outside it, and he's going to be off the podium as well. 2.2 off the pace.
It looked close there. He did a great job through high toy bowl, managed to straighten the line out, but just not quite enough to make up. You can see there him catching a very high line before that blue gate. Tried everything he could, but in the end, not quite enough.
Bib number 20 is Li Biao from the People's Republic of China. 23 years of age, first Paralympic Winter Games, started Para-Alpine skiing in 2016. 1.52 off the pace of his compatriot Liang.
Strong skiing through this middle part on the exit of Silk Road. Doesn't have the same advantage from the factor time as his compatriot Liang, who leads, so he needs to try to stay small, try to keep the momentum, keep the velocity up as high as he possibly can.
Well, he's got good speed on the gun, but it isn't being reflected in the clock.
Working as hard as he can, maybe going a little too straight. You see him having to duck his upper body, his head out of the way for those gates that he's clipping. He knows he has to work hard, but I think he's maybe tactically just picked a rather ambitious line through high toy bowl.
5.15 off the pace for Li. And compatriot Liang has seen off another challenger. And 1:16.35, 8th position for Li, 7.24 off the pace.
Yeah, he had to take risks. Look, there you go. Bang into that gate, trying to cut as quickly as possible, but what's happening under the skis, they're drifting sideways ever so slightly or quite significantly between the turns.
Bib number 21, it's Canada in the gates, and it's Alexis Guimond's, the 22-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. 4th in the downhill and Super G 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. Can he get himself onto the podium in Beijing? Well, he's going to have to lay a really good time down because Liang, our leader, was really quick, and already he has nearly half a second to try and find.
Guimond for Canada, a 9-1 factor skier as well. So in terms of the factor time, he's on a level footing, if you like, with our leader. And sweet turns here. He's not getting the body as compact as perhaps he could, but sacrificing aerodynamics for efficiency on the skis.
1.17, so in touch. The podium separated by 1.25.
A different tactical approach through high toy bowl, definitely going for the clean turns. Let's see what the clock gives him here.
Well, it's definitely working because it's now 0.25, but has he carried enough speed onto the flats?
Looks good. It's all about, well, 50-50 ski preparation now and how the skier rides those skis. Running on the inside edges there ever so slightly. The glide not as efficient as it could be.
109.11, and he's outside it, but he's on the podium. Narrows the gap on the podium to under a second.
Quick look back at some of these turns. Great work there by Alexis Guimond. Down low. Hands breaking the air around the body ahead of him. Great Super G skiing.
Bib number 22, Thomas Phil of Switzerland, 35 years of age. Had a silver and bronze medal in slalom and giant slalom way back in 2006 on his Paralympic Winter Games debut in Turin. Has 11 World Championship medals to his name, 6 silvers and 11 bronzes across all disciplines. And he said he's going to go for another year. He's going to retire after the World Championships in 2023, but he's 0.73 off the pace at the first split.
Nice smooth skiing through this part from Phil. Gets the switch in quickly for the entrance to high toy bowl. These turns on the icy stuff, though, not quite so clean as he managed to execute higher up. Going to be struggling to have done much against the gap on the split time here, I fear.
50.24, 1.99 slower than that split.
He is a very good glider, I have to say, so let's not count him out just yet. He's in a good aerodynamic position and quite flat skis as far as I can tell.
109.11 Liang's time. Phil is going to be outside it, and he's going to finish 7th for the time being. 3.86.
Yeah, high up on the course, that's where he definitely had his better turns. Through Hai Toi Bowl here, just a little ragged, some of these curves.
Bib number 23, Aaron Lindström from Sweden. His second Paralympic Winter Games. Fourth in this discipline, in this race at the World Championships in Lillehammer in January of this year. Can he push Liang close at the first split? He's, well, 1.21. He has no advantage from the factor time.
Yeah, that's why you're seeing him slinging his body as low as possible, trying to drive the skis in a short and arc around those early turns. Very clean skiing here. Definitely, the course is definitely speeding up a little. I think it'll only be a matter of time, though, until the softer snow starts to hinder the racers. But right now, Lindström trying everything he can. A bit ragged through the early two turns in Hai Toi Bowl, but right now fighting back. Working very hard to make the skis arc cleanly.
Next split, 50.24 and 2.97 as he just clips the gate with the outside of his ski, and he gives it a big old wobble.
Yeah, taking every risk that he dare.
109.11. That is going to come and go for him. Gets some air off the rock jump and stops the clock. 113.41, slides into ninth, 4.3 off the pace.
Well, I have to say Lindström tried everything he could. I don't think he could have asked for much more from that run. Strong angles and very clean execution in these turns. Exiting Hai Toi Bowl, here's the close call. And measured that one to perfection.
Australia in the start hut. Bib number 24, Mitchell Gawley. Gawley, 30 years of age, carried the Australian flag at the opening ceremony, competing in his fourth Paralympic Winter Games. His best result at Paralympic Winter Games, a fifth place in the Super Combined in 2014 and 2018. So perhaps he'll be looking forward to that event on day 3.
Again, no advantage from the factoring system for Gurley. So skiing has to be clean, calm, but powerful as well. So far, so good. Maybe just going a little rounder than he needs to in these turns. Oh, loses a ski, just tipping his body inside the curve at the opening turn of the Hai Toi Bowl, a little further than he really ought to have. Doesn't look to be injured.
Well, look how quickly the ski's going
running
down.
Away. Yeah, I get an idea of how steep it is there. You can also hear how slick it is underfoot, how hard the snowpack is. It's rather strange the way that ordinarily you would think the sun coming on the snow would be softening it here a little bit. But now as the sun's going off this part of the course, I don't think it's going to get any softer in contrast to higher up. And here's where the ski releases. It was just right on the limit. I think the binding probably doing its job just when it needed to. I think any more adverse forces applied to the skier's legs might have resulted in an injury. Good news though, Mitch is another one of these super tough competitors. He's up on his feet. And Gurley, relatively speaking, uninjured. A bit of a dent to his pride, I'm sure, but he'll be back to compete in the following races.
Disappointing for Gawley, but his other ski right down the bottom of the bowl. Perhaps just took off. And now has the tricky job of trying to negotiate this steep and icy Hai Toi Bowl on one ski. So Liang Jingyi, who is out of the start hut first, is still in the leader's chair. And what a moment it would be if he could hold on to become the first male Paralympic Winter Games Paralpine skiing champion for the People's Republic of China. Skis retrieved. Now the reason it carried on is because the heel part didn't release, so the brake never got a chance to do its job. So our standings look like this. Liang currently in gold, Salka in silver, Guimond in bronze. 0.91 separating the top three, so that is what those at the top are aiming for. And the first to try and get himself on that podium, Thomas Charles Walsh of the United States of America. 27 years of age. Second Paralympic Winter Games for Walsh. Has 2 bronze medals from World Championships, both coming in 2019 in GS and Super Combined. He caught COVID at the start of February, so he missed official training here, and his build-up has been far from ideal, but he's battled on, and he's now on the slopes in the race.
Yeah, he's a real tough competitor, Thomas Walsh. Bit of a pocket rocket. Again, a skier with less of a factor advantage, so he has to really ski at the top of his abilities. That rough section on the top of High Toy Bowl, we've seen it catch probably 3/4 of the field in men standing out, and Walsh also falling victim to that rough, bumpy, chattery section and on the all-important left foot turn.
Oh! Just made that as he tried to take as much speed out of the High Toy Bowl. Coming very familiar with that control gate now. 109.11 is our gold medal time at the moment. And Walsh slides into 10th, 5.44 off the pace. But what a journey to the bottom of the hill for Walsh. Niu Xiaoji from the People's Republic of China, the 22-year-old in his first Paralympic Winter Games. .7 off the pace at the first split, and now he is 4.82 off the pace coming into the bowl.
Well, oh, big crash here for the Chinese skier. I was just about to say that the entry and the first couple of turns in High Toy Bowl are getting more and more difficult as they become choppier and choppier. Niu Xiaoji lying at the bottom of the bowl now. Looks to be in a fair degree of discomfort, but hopefully it's nothing more serious than some big bruises. Let's have a look again at what happened. Got pushed back a little in this turn, behind the action, if you like, and hitting the control gate very hard indeed. Didn't really have much option. He had to chop the line off and take that big risk if he wanted to try and stay in contention. These turns come at you fast and furious, but the good news is he's on his feet. Looks to be stunned rather than injured, but looks like he'll make it safely to the bottom of the hill.
Liang just showing some concern. He was rubbing his right thigh once he'd come to a rest, but the gate post needing replacing. You can see there, it's taken battering at the bottom.
Yeah, these gates, the poles, they're the same style as the slalom gates, that they have a hinge down at the bottom where it goes from that little white part where it goes between the two green sections. There's a hinge there that allows the gate to fold flat. Now in slalom, when the skiers are hitting each and every one of the gates trying to find the most direct line, that's absolutely crucial. But a secondary benefit is if in the speed events or any other events, if the skier's fallen or hits them too hard, then they do fold down. Thing is, with a panel on it, with the flag, as we have in giant slalom, Super G, and downhill, there's a lot of air behind that flag. So hitting the gate hard at a high speed, the gates don't really fold. They stay very solidly, and that's what caught out the young Chinese skier there. He had to take that risk, but the gate wasn't going to give him any favors, and a very heavy crash ensued as a result.
"22 races remain at the top of the hill in this men's Super G standing competition. The first of them, bib number 27, Jordan Brossin of France. Jordan Brossin of France, the next to challenge, the 28-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. Fifth in this competition, in this race, the Super G at the World Championships in Lillehammer back in January. He injured his back at the end of last year, only returning to the slopes in November, and 0.81 of a second to try and find already on Liang, our leader.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gap, but I have to say, you know, for an LW4, look, his factor's pretty minimal. You know, he doesn't get much help. LW4 skier with a prosthetic limb on his left leg, and that really, you know, the factors sometimes don't necessarily reflect the degree of difficulty that's presented by having to ski with a prosthesis.
2.91 off the pace, carrying good speed into the high toe ball, and he managed it well, didn't he?
Yeah, it's the most competitive of the last few runners, I would say. This will be a challenging turn for him. Gets the balance almost perfect into that long right footer, and that's not too bad coming out of high toe ball.
Brossin, 3.39 off the pace as he tries to get the skis as flat as possible to run over the snow as quickly as possible. And 109.11 has gone, and he is 10th, 5.10 off the pace.
You can see in the body language a bit of disappointment when he sees the actual time. I have to say, the majority of that run was very strong. It's just a shame about the final time.
Federico Pellizzari of Italy, the 21-year-old, in his first Paralympic Winter Games, 1.54 off the pace at the first split.
Real straight line through here. Let's see what this next split time gives him.
32.88 Liang, and he's 3.22 off the pace at 109.5 kilometers an hour.
Not too shabby coming into high toy bowl. You can see the big chatter marks, ruts beginning to form up there. And Pellizzari doing not too bad a job. Here comes the long sweeping double.
50.24, and the deficit grows by 3 hundredths. Good commitment to the cause.
Yeah, he's a big guy though, so he needs to get his shoulders lower than he currently is, or try to get his body a little more compact.
109.11. And Pellizzari slides into 13th for the time being, 5.59 off the pace.
Some very strong technical skiing from Pellizzari. We'll keep a close eye on him when we get to giant slalom day.
Christoph Bernhard Schneider of Austria, next out of the start hut, 29 years of age. Missed 10 months last season due to a cruciate injury, having missed 2018 with another knee injury. So his knees have been taking a battering. 4.73 the deficits. That's grown from 1.63 at the first intermediate.
Schneider through high toy bowl, not quite as clean on these last few turns as he would have liked.
And 5.87 now, getting no factor time. 100% means the clock runs as a normal stop clock, and 109.11 has come and gone. Bit of air for Schneider, and he will slide into 15th for the time being, 8.55 off the pace.
Give her the feed, Joe! Give her the feed!
Andrew Harray of the United States of America next to go, with plenty of encouragement from the crew at the top of the hill, and just 300ths off the pace at the first time split.
Strongly factored skier, so the factoring doing its job here, leveling things out, and Harahei playing his part. It's primarily down to the skiing. It's not to do with the mathematics, don't get me wrong.
2.48, and he's lost his way coming into the bowl.
That's unfortunate, you know. His equipment set up there, he's designed to be equally weighted on both skis, and that, to be honest, doesn't give much of an advantage on such an extreme turn. It's the big right-hander on the entry to high toy.
All right, out of the bowl and into that aerodynamic position.
Tries to stay as low as possible, limit the damage if you like.
So 1:10.02 is the podium time, and he's outside that and into 13th, 5.56 off the pace for Harahei. Finland in the start hut now, Santeri Kiveri, the 21-year-old who was 4th in the slalom back in Pyeongchang in 2018 and 6th in the giant slalom and super combined. So perhaps his strongest events still to come.
Yeah, definitely more of a technical skier. A little bit late on the entry to high toy bow, but these are very clean, very short and well executed turns by Kiveri through the middle part of the bow. He's in very direct on the double though.
4 or 5 more gates still to negotiate for Kiveri. And 109.11 is the time of our leader, on 1:10.02 the time for a bronze. 9th for the time being, Kiveri, 4.29 off the pace.
Yeah, if he can hang on to a top 10, I think Santeri Kiveri, we will be pleased with that one.
Misawa Hiraku of Japan next out of the start hut. He made his Paralympic Winter Games debut back in 2006. This is his 5th Games. His best Para Games result was a 6th in the Super Combined in 2010 and the slalom in 2006, and 0.64 off the pace at the first split.
The factors haven't been adjusted recently. The slightly more advantageous, but the biomechanical inefficiencies of this particular setup putting paid to our Japanese racers' chances. That's a shame. It was a strong top section from Misawa. LW2 skier, choosing not to ski with a prosthetic limb, so skiing on one ski, obviously you have one side much stronger, or the ability to ski a stronger turn than to the other, and the set of the course kind of against him. He has to do this turn on his little toe, if you like. Very difficult to get enough pressure, enough weight onto the ski to make it bend and carve when it's chopping away underneath you at such a high pace.
Also, there's that little compression, isn't there, at the top on that left hand, so it makes a difficult job almost impossible.
Yeah. And the couple of gates before, there's a little switch where the skiers have to come off their right foot, or switch across to their left, and then very quickly try to drop back to their right again. And it's turned out to be the key section on the course today. It'll continue to be through the remainder of these standing men and into the sitting category as well. So back to the top we go.
And Andorra in the start hut now. Bib number 33, Roger Puig-Davy from Andorra, the 24-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. Had a top 10 finish in the downhill and the Super G at the World Champs in Lillehammer in January of this year, and off he goes. First split, 11.51. Liang, China our leader, and 3/4 of a second required for Puig-Davy.
Trying to get the body as low as possible. Worked out well for him on the top section. Keeping that low position and still trying to work from foot to foot. It's gone in quite straight here. Gets a little bit light over the roller. This is important. Oh, another skier goes down at the entry to Hai Toi Bo. He's not going to bring this one back.
And he is out. DNF for Puig-Davy.
The skiers, that each and every one of them, they have to push to the absolute limit, but that section at the entry to Hai Toi Bo, it does demand a little bit more respect than the last few skiers have shown it. They really have to work very quickly. It's just a quick touch on the right foot to bring them across to the left, maybe 30-40 centimeters further than Puig-Davy managed there. Just at this point, you need to get out a little closer to the blue line before you set the edge. Otherwise, the course is curving away far too quickly to the right, and so it's almost impossible to get back if you haven't taken that space at the top of that turn.
So disappointment for Puig-Davy as he notches a DNF, the 5th DNF in the field so far. Second call for Spencer Wood. Spencer Wood of the United States of America, bib number 34, 25 years of age, in his second Paralympic Winter Games. He raced the technical disciplines in Pyeongchang in 2018, but here in Beijing, he's giving all races a go apart from giant slalom. He was reclassified in 2019 and made his first World Cup podium 2 months later when he was third in the Zagreb slalom.
Top section went well. That was the first little mistake, just as we picked him up on the right footer. Softer snow now gives way to the harder pack as he drops onto the steeper section, so he's to sharpen up for this next part.
32.88 is now a 3.1 gap, but nicely through the entrance to Hai Toi Bo on that left ski.
Yeah, good execution there. The words have got through from the coaches, the line coaches on this section. The information relayed strongly to the athletes, and Spencer Wood doing a good job of making those adjustments.
Ooh, just made that. I thought he was going to straighten up and go the right-hand side of that gate, but he managed to find enough purchase on that ski to make it.
And just another indication of how close to the limit these guys are prepared to push it.
109.11 is our leader's time, and Wood into the finish area. 113.97, 11th for the time being. Sun Hongsheng from the People's Republic of China, next out of the gate, 27 years of age, his first Paralympic Winter Games. Started para-alpine skiing back in 2016. A number of these athletes from China started in 2016. That's when the real big push started. Stays upright. through that entrance gate to high throw ball.
Yeah, the weight was just a little bit too far towards the tails of the skis to allow the front part of the ski to shovel to drive the ski into the turn. A risky tactic, and I think the risk's not really paying off for Sun here today.
Gliding his way through the canyon section. The podium times have come and gone, but he's into the finish area now. And 1:20.88, 11.77 off the pace for Sun in the Super G. Bib 36. In the start hut is Adam Hall. New Zealand and Adam Hall next out of the start gate. 34 years of age. Adam Hall in his 5th Paralympic Winter Games. A champion in slalom in 2010 and again in 2018, where he also picked up a bronze in the Super Combined in Pyeongchang.
Good smooth execution, clean technical skiing by Adam Hall on the top turns. Could possibly have afforded a slightly more direct line. Try to keep the clock under his control.
32.88 is the next split coming at the bottom of this pitch. And Hall will find himself 4.9 off the pace.
Does a fine job though on the entry to Hai Toi Bowl. We've got the rhythm of these very turny Super G curves down through the gully here, almost to perfection.
.54 now the deficit.
Good gliding by Adam through this part. Difficult to work on the gap now, not much of the hill left.
109.11 comes and goes. Hall is 115.8, 17th for the time being for the New Zealander. Tokai Masahiko from Japan in the start hut, the 48-year-old in his 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. He came 2nd in the giant slalom way back in 2006. Missed 2010, missed 2018, but he's back in 2022 and he's 4.5 seconds off the pace.
Pretty straight line down through Hai Toi Bowl. It's a good way to cut time, but the important thing for the exit here is you really need to have built momentum and built speed to carry across the following flats. And I think actual ground speed, Tokai will be lacking a bit in that, so that's 6 point some gap there that we saw at the final split. I think that's going to grow a little.
He's got the wrong side of the
he's
gate.
missed the gate. It's running the downhill line from yesterday a little bit. Oh, that's a shame for him, but that will end up in a disqualification.
So Tokai just missing that gate at the top of the rock jump. And a DSQ for him.
Yeah, here it comes, just following the exit from High Toy Bowl, just picking the wrong one of the red flags there.
Davide Bendotti of Italy, the next to challenge. Second Paralympic Winter Games for him. 2 times the Italian slalom champion in 2016 and 2017, and his best result in Pyeongchang was in the slalom.
Oh, lovely execution for the exit from High Toy Bowl. Gives himself a chance to get that single ski carving cleanly all the way around that arc. Shooting maybe for a top 10 here. I think he'd be pleased if he could squeeze into the top 10, top 15 even.
And Bendotti needs to get this to work, because top 10 time 1:13.41, and he's going to slide into 18th. 7.19 off the pace. 18th for the time being for Bendotti. Oscar Burnham of France, the next to go. Burnham, first Paralympic Winter Games. He took up para-skiing after Pyeongchang. He was inspired by his compatriot Marie Bochet.
Strong skiing here. You can see the skis really whipping as they come underneath his body in the transition from turn to turn. And not too bad coming into High Toy Bowl.
118.9 kilometers per hour on the speed gun, the fastest of anybody on day 2.
Burnham, can he convert that to a green light? Not quite. 3.55 on the final split. But we've seen this, we've pointed out, his skis are running very well. So watch this one closely.
Burnham getting no help from the factor time over the final jump, and he is going to slide into provisional 17th, 6.21 off the pace.
Yeah, shrug of the shoulders from Burnham. I think he realizes, you know, I think the snow's slowing down now. We saw it warm up, and I think in the gully it's getting a bit sticky.
Jeffrey Stutz of the Netherlands, next to go, 26 years of age. His second Winter Paralympic Games, 0.91 off the pace at the first split. Has a bronze medal from the World Championships when he made his debut in 2017 on that stage. Super G.
Nice recovery on the entry to the High Toy Bowl by Jeffrey Stutt. He's a little bit late with the transition from turn to turn here, but keeping the work rate as high as he can. Here comes the big long right footer. He's gone in pretty much on the money, I would say.
3.69. Good skiing from the athletes from the Netherlands.
I think fatigue beginning to set in, body position not quite as low as I think Stutt would have liked.
109.11. 11th, 4.54 off the pace.
He'll take that.
Good skiing.
I think for any of these later seeded racers, a top 15, top 10 is going to be a very respectable performance.
Thomas Gorka of Austria, the next to go, 28 years of age, in his third Paralympic Winter Games. 0.66 off the pace at the first split.
Roker loses the line ever so slightly, recovers well across the distance of just a couple of gates through sort of 80 or 100 meters or so. Now really right back on the racing line.
94.1 kilometers an hour on one ski, and he made it look effortless.
That was an amazing turn in the entry to the High Toy Bowl. It's on his less favored side, and that was a real cracking turn. See what the final split gives him.
Another wonderful carved turn from Gorka as he tries to battle his way into the top 10.
Grabbing the aerodynamic position as early as he dares, coming out of those technical turns, and now across the flat, only the final jump to go.
109.11, that's come and gone, but Grocker will stop the clock at 1:14.12, 13th position for the Austrian. Some lovely turns in that run. Koike Kakuta from Japan, the 39-year-old who's represented his nation at every Paralympic Winter Games since 2006. He tried to qualify as a para cyclist for Tokyo 2020, but just missed out on a quota spot, so came back to para Alpine. .383 off the pace.
Keeps the work rate up down through High Toy Bowl. Finds a smoother line on the inside of these ruts. Great low position on the entry and through the middle part here of the canyon, the last flat section.
Off the final jump, and Koike stops the clock at 1:16.43, 23rd position for him. Seven remain at the top of the hill, and bib number 43 is Leander Kress, the 21-year-old in his first Paralympic Winter Games. Appeared in his first World Championships back in January of 2022 when his best finish was 19th in slalom.
A little wide on those last couple of turns by Kress. Looked a little uncertain of the ideal line, or the line he was looking to achieve. Tries to keep it going from edge to edge down through the High Toy Bowl curves. Coming now towards the exit. This isn't his strongest side for this exit turn. Muscle burning there as he tries to get into that low position and run the turn out without overloading the ski.
Just squeezing inside that red control gate. Kress tucking for the line. Over the last jump, gets some air, and Kress stops the clock at 1:18.32. 9.21 off the pace. Enjoyed that one.
Yeah.
Jules Segers of France, the next to go, 19 years of age, first Paralympic Winter Games from Léger in the Port du Soleil ski area. And 1.04 off the pace at the first split. He's now 4.2, and he's down on the inside.
I was about to see he skis with quite a nice light touch. You can tell he's grown up in an actual ski resort, but that light touch letting him down somewhat just on that little transition we've been talking about through the amongst the last few skiers. You've got to be strong. You've got to take the course under your command, and a lot of physical strength needs to be delivered to get whatever body mass you can down over that all-important outside turning ski. This is a little switch. He just moments hesitation, too light on the skis here, and the outside ski bouncing, 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 and the grip and the balance goes from the athlete, and it's a rapid exit at the top of the High Toy Bowl, and frustration as a result for the young Frenchman.
So it's still Liang Jingyi in the winner's seat, as he has been from the very first moment. He was #1 out the start hut. The sitting skiers just warming up. Still got 5 more racers in this standing category. Now there's the current leaderboard. Can anybody left at the top of the hill? disrupt those standings. James Whitley just waiting for the nod to go. James Whitley of Great Britain with bib number 45, the next to challenge in the men's Super G standing. And Whitley, 24 years of age, in his third Paralympic Winter Games. His best finish at a Paralympic Winter Games was 10th in the downhill and 10th in the slalom, both of those coming in Pyeongchang.
Smooth turns from James Whitley on the top part. See what the first split time gives him. Not making the switch from foot to foot just quite rapidly enough there.
Yeah, 1.21 off the pace of the first split. That's now grown to 3.69, but that's a good-looking left-footed turn coming into the high toe ball.
Yeah, he stood strongly on it and now keeps the work rate up down through the middle part of the high toe bowl. These gates come at you fast and furious. Strong on the right foot here, runs it out, just nicks inside.
There have been some very close calls on that red gate. And Whitley into the aerodynamic position, trying to punch a hole through the air. And 109.11 is our leader's time. Whitley will stop the clock in 1:14.88, 19th position for Whitley of Great Britain. Tyler Carter, the United States of America, 28 years of age, in his third Paralympic Winter Games. Carried the flag at the opening ceremony here in Beijing, but has said he's going to retire after this season. And he was 1.51 off the pace at the first split.
Risky straight line through the previous section. Ooh, just on the limit coming into high toe bowl.
Had to shave some speed off in that recovery.
And the momentum, the swing, if you like, from foot to foot disturbed there after the big sideways move. Difficult to get the next couple of turns clean. And he's drifted too far out to his right on the exit. We've seen that from quite a number of athletes today. Just getting pushed too far out to the right on the exit to the high toe bowl. Misses the red gate and his race is run. Here comes again. Gets the initiation right. Not quite far enough over the front part of the ski. So as the ski straightens out, the radius of the turn increases and increases and essentially gets away from the skier. It's a tough one for the guys with the prosthetic on the right side. You know, difficult to get the balance and get the strength down on that ski.
Arvin Skoglund of Sweden next to go, 18 years of age. First Paralympic Winter Games. Started skiing 6 or 7 years ago. 1.92 off the pace at the first split. And at the second split, that is now 5.02, and he is out. Going down on the entrance to the high toe bowl, and he will register a DNF. Let's have another look at this one.
Yeah, another quick look. It's bit of a pattern. We've seen this same fate befall quite a number of the skiers. If you can't quite get the ski switched back and get that left foot and the left ski underneath your body, things happen very quickly there.
Martin Franz of Slovakia on track. A 5th Paralympic Winter Games for him. The best result for the 37-year-old came in the giant slalom. Well, in 2006, 2014 and 2018, he was 4th on those 3 occasions, retiring after Beijing. Big motivation for him is to medal, as you would imagine, having finished 4th on 3 occasions. But the giant slalom later on in the program is probably going to be his shot.
Yeah, I think the course conditions will work a little too hard against him. A decent top section, though, from Martin France. He gets that switch really quickly done. He's come in here nice and smooth now. He bled some time off, some speed off from under the skis on the entry to Hai Toi Bo. Not able to take advantage of that good line, gets drifted low in these following turns. A very bold tactic. He likes to take risks, does Martin France, but I'm not quite sure that those have paid off. No, doesn't look like it.
5.11 now, sadly for him. The penultimate racer on this men's Super G standing competition. And France...
He's not giving up just yet. Gets that body as low as he possibly can. Keeps it tight on the gate on the final jump. Pressing and pressing for the line.
109.11. 25th position for him. 7.68 off the pace. Markus Nilsson Grasto of Norway with bib number 49 is the last athlete out of the start hut in this men's Super G standing. 1.52 off the pace at the first split for the 20-year-old in his first Paralympic Winter Games from Oslo. And that is now 6 seconds off the pace.
Shaky entry to the turn onto the Hai Toi Bo, but managed to get the ski back under control. He's taken sapped a lot of his energy, I would say, though. Not able to get the following 2 or 3 turns as clean as he would like. Good tactical ski, though. Good placement of the skis on the entry here to this final curve. And that allows him a nice, smooth and safe run out into the flatter canyon section.
So here comes Nilsson Grasto of Norway. Last gate for him, tucks for the line, and he'll stop the clock at 1:21.04 and a 30th position for Nilsson Grasto in this men's Super G standing. So here are the final standings in the men's Super G standing, and it's Liang Jingyi from the People's Republic of China that wins China's first ever para-alpine skiing medal in the men's competition. Markus Salka of Austria is second, and Alexis Guimond of Canada, who was fourth 4 years ago, is third this time around, and 30 of our 39 racers got to the bottom of the hill.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists for the men's Super G standing event.
So the recognition ceremony now for the men's Super G standing event. And Markus Salka, the world champion in Super G, will lead out the medalists. Silver medal for him this time, to go with his silver medal from the downhill in day one. What a moment, though, for Liang Jingyi from China. Alexis Guimond of Canada, the bronze medalist in the men's Super G standing, his second Paralympic Winter Games medal. Markus Salka, the champion from 2014, silver medalist in 2022. But the Paralympic champion for Beijing 2022, it's Liang Jingyi, who becomes China's first ever male Paralympic gold medalist in skiing. congratulations to Liang Jingyi, the 19-year-old, with the gold medal around his neck. He'll get that later on today. The men's Super G sitting race will wrap up proceedings on day 2 of these Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games at the Yansing National Alpine Skiing Centre. And the Hai Tuo Mountain basking in warm sunshine today. Here is the start list, and there are 28 competitors from 16 National Paralympic committees at the top of the track. No medalists from the 2018 race in the field. Kurt Oatway, the champion, not here. Andrew Kirker and Frédéric Francois also not racing. But all eyes may be on the world champion from Lillehammer earlier in the year, number 54, Jeroen Kampschreur from the Netherlands. Can he add the Paralympic title to his world title? Gong Xiaolin from the People's Republic of China will get us underway in this men's Super G sitting race. The 32-year-old in his first major championships took up the sport in 2017 and a chance to see the whole track here.
Now, this is a challenging track, and I think it's going to be doubly so for this men's sitting category. So we have a man with local knowledge, if you like, on course first of all, so shouldn't hold too many surprises. Oh, just as I say that, first of our fallers in the men's sitting category, just before the critical turn into the Hai Tuo Bowl. Ski flipped sideways just as it got light in the transition from one edge to the other. And Gong Xiaolin is the first faller in the men's sitting category. Looks to be a little caught up in the net. Let's have a quick look back. Ski just ran out. Moved the upper body a little bit too far inside, too early in the transition from one edge to another. The ski straightens out, and balance is gone in an instant as a result. Super G in many ways is about finding a rhythm to make your skis move from left to right in a way that matches well with the pattern of the gates. There's never an ideal match because of the changing terrain, changing nature of the hill, and that really combined with the fact that there's, remember, only a course inspection, no training runs in Super G. That's really what makes this one of the most difficult disciplines, particularly for the early starters.
So disappointment for Gong Xiaolin, but safely off the track. So some last-minute preparation going on at the top of the hill. So the wand comes across the start gate. And Keno Akira of Japan, the next to go. Keno Akira of Japan next on track, the Super G champion from the Paralympic Winter Games in 2014, and he won the gold medal also in 2010. So an athlete who likes the speed events, can he lay down a marker here for those at the top of the track?
First few turns, to my judgment, were more or less flawless. Further down here really is going to be the make or break section through the remainder of today's competition.
Some lovely carved turns, and here comes the entrance to the high toe ball, but he's down and out.
You know, despite all those years of experience, the course getting the better of him. And exactly the same section as Gong went down on. It's caused lots of problems throughout the day, and I think more problems to come. The set of the course and the breakup of the snow conditions conspiring against the skiers. Very difficult for the athletes to get the turn initiated cleanly here in the entrance to Hai Toi Bowl, because it's very flat where they switch from one edge to another. So without a bit of steepness to help them, a bit of fall line, a bit of gravity pulling them down the hill, it's difficult to load up that front part of the ski and get the ski bending smoothly, which is what develops the carve and brings you strongly, safely, powerfully into a turn. The absolute skill of the Super G skier.
Nicolas Biscay-Hudson from Chile next in the start hut. Biscay-Hudson on track, the 23-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. Also a para-tennis player, played the sport internationally as well, but started skiing as a 17-year-old. And carried the flag for Chile at the opening ceremony here at Beijing 2022. And some good opening turns from Biscay-Hudson, with no time to compare him to, as our first two racers haven't made the finish.
Setting himself up early, an interesting tactic, taking a bit more space before he comes to this crucial section, just to give himself more control over the ski. It pays off for Biscay-Hudson. He's the first of their sit skiers to make it into the Hai Toi Bowl. Now gets to work, bringing that swing from left to right, now trying to generate more pace, more momentum to get him out as fast as possible with as much ground speed as possible from this turn as he runs out into the canyon.
55.85 will be the time that everyone will look to try and better at that point. But the 23-year-old, who was 9th in the slalom in 2018, doing a good job to set the marker in this men's Super G sitting race. Off the final jump, and the time to beat now, 1:17.06. He leads the Paralympic Super G race.
Great tactical approach from the Andorran skier. Look at this, sets up nicely, gives himself extra space and dives into the Hai Toi Bowl. I wouldn't say in total control, but with enough control to keep himself upright.
Suzuki Takeshi from Japan next on course, the slalom champion from 2014, when he was also third in the downhill, but he won his slalom gold in Sochi the very day, 17 years on from the accident that resulted in him losing his legs. A remarkable twist of fate.
Suzuki, another very experienced competitor, as we were saying, should have a strong tactical plan for this section of the course. There you go, around that red gate, that's where you have to start setting up. Keep those arcs moving from left to right, and now bring everything you've got to the party and arc it out. There you go, that's how to ski this section. Really nice series of turns, complete control, and very, very quick by Takeda Suzuki.
What a turn to come into the bowl, and the 0.23 green light is now a 2.42 light, because that was exquisite from Suzuki in the Hai Toi Bowl.
Takeshi Suzuki has to try to just stay calm, keep the ski running smoothly here through the gully, through the canyon rather, and carry that momentum all the way to the line.
Off the final terrain change, 1:17.06, Suzuki Takeshi tucks for the line, 0.33. He lost an awful lot of time, over 2 seconds through the canyon section.
Risky business out there. Here's the exit from High Toy Bowl and the entry to the canyon. You can't really fault that. But something else I just want to mention, the snow here is getting very wet, so the ski technicians will really have their work cut out up at the top on final prep.
Jeroen Kamschler of the Netherlands on track, the world champion from the Super G, sitting in Lillehammer in January of this year, his second Paralympic Winter Games. But he was a gold medalist in the Super Combined in 2018, and he has the green light at the first time split in this men's sitting Super G in Beijing.
Yeah, Kamschler, he is a master of extreme technique. He can lay the rig over onto steeper angles than most. He too has got the message, starts setting this section up very early, chooses to go a little straighter here. Oh, just touches the blue line and by the skin of his teeth gets that entry into the High Toy Bowl. Strong run here. Can he hang on to the pace though through these swinging left to right turns? Here comes the exit.
1.58 the right side of the clock coming into the bowl, and 1.99 coming out. But we saw Suzuki, our leader, lose 2 seconds through this section of the track. So Kamschler needs to keep this as quick as he possibly can. It looks a little bit quicker than Suzuki through that section, but 1:16.73, and Kamschler is inside. He's inside by miles. Oh my word. Kamschler finds 2.5 seconds through the canyon.
Amazing skiing down through the High Toy Bowl. Hopefully we'll get another quick look at it. The reverse angle here. Look how deep he drops his hips into the turn. Look at the angles he makes here to get the ski carving.
Jesper Pedersen from Norway, who was the silver medalist at the World Championships in Lillehammer at the start of this year, was the only gold medalist for Norway in Pyeongchang, but he's got a really stiff time to try and beat with Kamschler, but he's already 0.48 the right side of the clock.
Wow, that's strong stuff up at the top. Ski obviously running very well on those top turns for Pedersen. He's a little late here. Just has to gradually bring the line back. You can't make a massive line adjustment between one gate and the other in Super G without paying a heavy price. He's done a good job here, and this looks very quick indeed.
Well, 1.32 as he gets it sideways into the ball.
Strong here, though, on the recovery. A deliberate drift there, followed by a punch. Classic Super G skiing here from Jesper Pedersen, and he's coming out of the High Toy Bowl very quickly, sets it up wide for the long double gate, running now towards the canyon with maximum speed under his skis.
Well, Kamschler's time under real threat, 1.2 the right side of the clock. It was a different tactic to Kamschler from Pedersen, but at the moment it looks like it's paying off for the Norwegian. The two 22-year-olds, Kamschler and Pedersen, going head-to-head here for provisional gold medal, 1:12.25. Pedersen crosses the line and he betters Kamschler's time by 2.5 seconds. What a ski that is!
Wow, he's as surprised as anybody. That was good. Kamschler was excellent, but Pedersen had the jump on him. Amazing skiing from all of these racers. But right now, Pedersen shows the cleanest set of edges through that crucial High Toy Bowl series of turns. Determination written all over his face. There's the drift. Timed it to perfection.
More than a second on the flat.
Liang Zilu from the People's Republic of China, just 17 years of age. In his first Paralympic Winter Games, has been skiing now for 6 years. And at the first time split is 0.85 off the pace of Pedersen, our leader.
Liang, nice turns here. Just a little bit late on the beginning of these slightly straighter turns as he comes down towards the end of this section. So the adjustments, I think, will have cost him a bit of time. The line not quite as smooth as some of the competitors before him. He's going for a straighter entry to the high toy bowl. He manages to make it stick, but a bit of a gap to still work on for him.
4.18 off the pace coming into the high toy bowl.
Decent turns through the middle and towards the exit of the bowl.
5.89 grows by 1.71 seconds through that section. Yang, the 17-year-old, who will get so much from this experience over the finish jump, and he will stop the clock in 1:18 dead, 8.31 off the pace, and he will slide into 5th for the time being.
Bit of a drift here, running a bit wide. That's where some of the time was lost, but you can see from the focus on the athlete's face, he's not letting the mistake put him off.
Igor Sikorski from Poland, the next to challenge, 31 years of age, 3rd Paralympic Winter Games for him, and his best was a bronze medal in the giant slalom in 2018. And he also has medals from the World Championship in slalom and giant slalom. So the technical disciplines at the end of the Alpine schedule, the stronger disciplines for Sikorski.
Nice work through the middle part by Sikorski, keeping it on the clean line. The warming temperatures, the dust and sand that's in the snow. You can see the snow's getting quite dirty now, so it softens. You've got to stay off that. But Sikorski's got other things to worry about right now. Didn't get the entry to the high toy bowl just as he would have liked. And like a few others today, finds himself sliding down through the high toy bowl on his side rather than arcing down from edge to edge.
He didn't have a constant pressure on that edge, did he?
No, it's difficult. It's difficult to keep the rig on the snow. There we go. The slow-mo picks it up perfectly. Recovering from here, the compression on the rig is massive. Then as the spring extends again, to try to get all of those dynamics back under control in the blink of an eye and get some direction to get you into the high toy bowl, you know, it's an almost impossible task. Sikorski almost managed to pull it off, but ultimately the ski breaking away and him sliding out. And a growing list of did not finishes on our statistics list here.
Fortunately, though, gets out on his own steam. That's our leaderboard. Look at that, 7 seconds separating first and third. So big gaps for those athletes at the top of the hill to try and aim for. Pedersen and Kamstra at the bottom. This is Helene de Silvestro, who was 3rd behind those two at the World Championships in Lillehammer. Helene de Silvestro of Italy, the next to challenge, the 25-year-old. The bronze medalist in the men's Super G sitting race at the World Championships in Lillehammer in 2002. And the ski just picked up a bit more than he thought, and he had to bash the gate out the way with his outriggers. Yeah,
he got a bit more than he was bargaining for there in their opening turns. It's not put him off, though. Smooth execution from de Silvestro. Keeps it solid here.
0.42 off the pace at the first split. The second one coming just on the bottom of the run jump here, 33.41, and he is 1.43 off the pace.
has 2 bites at the cherry going into the high toy bowl. Manages to make the ski bite well or hold well on the second part of that turn. So finds the rhythm, finds the line through here.
50.24, and he is 1.17 the wrong side of the clock, but he is on the podium at the moment, so this is a good run from Di Silvestro.
He's taken the risks up the top. He's been pretty well rewarded for them. Now he has to sit tight, stay calm, keep the ski running smoothly, now drop into the finish pitch.
109.69 is the gold medal time, 112.25 the silver medal time, and he's gone into second place. Di Silvestro pushes Kramschröer down 1.
The early gate that caused him a little bit of trouble. It didn't disturb his focus or concentration because plenty more risks and some amazing skiing being delivered lower down.
And the man he's pushed down, congratulating him. Floris Meyer of the Netherlands next in the start hut. Meyer, 32 years of age. The first Paralympic Winter Games for him. 4th in the downhill at the World Championships in January this year. So perhaps someone that can put Pedersen's time under a little bit of pressure, but 0.53 to find after the first couple of turns.
Yeah, plenty of competitive skiers left in this competition and plenty of drama to be delivered as well, I can guarantee that. Floris Meyer coming in here with a lot of pace. Takes a bit of extra space to compensate for the pace he's carrying and sets the line here, preparing for the entry to high toy bowl. Here it comes, goes wide, sweeps it in, gets held wide by the momentum though. And difficult to find the more direct line on the steeper parts. He comes through the middle of this section. Keeps the work rate up though and keeps that ski arcing from left to right. Here's the final split. What does it give him?
3.91 to find. The podium is 2.5 seconds. And Meyer, a couple of gates from home. 109.69, that's come and gone. The podium also has come and gone. And 4th position, 5.98 off the pace.
Yeah, good work, good tactical play, good choice of line by Floris Meyer, but in the end, not able to mix it up with the top spots, but a solid run nonetheless, and some pretty deep angles on the reverse view here down through the high toy bowl.
Niels de Langen from the Netherlands, the next on track, his 2nd Paralympic Winter Games. His best performance in a Paralympic Winter Games was an 8th in the Super Combined in 2018, but he has got medals at the World Champs in the technical disciplines, 2nd in giant slalom in 2019 and 3rd in slalom in 2022.
Yeah, good top split section as well, 0.59, the gap shown on our initial intermediate time. Keeps that momentum pretty solid underfoot going across the middle part of the flats. Important turns coming up here. One final check on the time.
1.61 as he comes into the bowl. He's running very late, but he holds on to that arc to make the red gate.
Difficult to bring it back though and to try to work on the time. A number of different tactical approaches being displayed on the entry to this crucial section. De Langen choosing for the wider line.
1.73 off the pace, but that is could just shake up the podium here because it's 2.56 between 1st and 3rd. De Langen with a chance to try and get himself on the podium. Here comes the finish line now, and he's just outside, 2.97. Misses out by 41 hundredths.
Yeah, he's pleased with his efforts. I have to say some of the skiers running very wide on that final turn. just by the rock jump. I think there's time to be had there. If some of the coaches were to say you can go more direct, you can save maybe 5-10 meters of travel across the snow, which could translate to the best part of a second, in my opinion.
Li Xiyang from the People's Republic of China, 24 years of age, in his first Paralympic Winter Games, and he's off and he's looking pretty relaxed at the top. Time to say hello to the camera before he launches out the start gate.
Nice and smooth on the top, yeah, decent split. Not as dynamic and aggressive a line as we've seen some of the previous sit skiers take. Keeping the execution of these turns smooth, linking them up nicely, though that's an important part of the skill set in Super G. But now it's about commitment.
4.9 off the pace of Pedersen, our leader.
And yeah, not able to get the ski switched quickly enough underneath the rig to get a really aggressive or a quicker line. So tries to compensate by going in more direct on the final double, but doesn't manage to get purchase on the double turn.
7.81 now, the deficit for Li Xiyang.
Ski running a little slowly, I would say, across these softer, damper lower sections.
109.69, ninth for the time being, 10.99 off the pace. New Zealand in the start hut, Corey Peters in his third Paralympic Winter Games. Was a bronze medalist in the downhill in 2018. He was a world champion in this discipline back in 2015. What can Peters achieve on day 2 in the Super G? And 0.47 off the pace of Pedersen at the first time split for Corey Peters.
Smooth, accurate execution on those top turns. Keeps Peters in contention. The pace is picked up now. You can see that from the way the ski is chattering even through these straighter sections. Corey Peters coming in here really hot.
Nice and smooth turns from the New Zealander, and he's a quarter of a second off the pace, and that's an excellent entry into the high toe ball.
Manages to get early onto the following turns as well, keeping it going. This is good through the main part of the bowl itself. It's all going to be down to this final turn and how he executes. Takes an aggressive line, goes for it.
And he's 2/10 off the pace of Pedersen. Corey Peters. Can he try and find this time through the canyon section of this Super G track? 4 gates from home now for Peters. 109.69, the time of Jesper Pedersen, our leader. And here comes Peters now for the line, and he stops the clock. Second, 0.47, the wrong side of the clock from Peters' point of view. But he ran Pedersen really close.
What a job done there by Corey Peters. Great turns, you know, 1 or 2 in the middle section, maybe a little too straight, and he did get pushed very wide on the entry to the high toy bowl, but every part of his skill set used to its max there. What a great run to take provisional silver.
Bib number 63, Ravi Drugan of the United States of America, 32 years of age. First Paralympic Winter Games. Was a mono skier and took part in 4 editions of the X Games, winning bronze in 2015. But here in Pyeongchang, he is 1.05 off the pace at the first split.
Drugan getting good angles here. His rig set up very well, I would say. Suspension working smoothly but powerfully across these little rollers on the flats.
33.41. 3.99 off the pace as he enters the bowl.
He's done a good job on the entry. Could have switched a little bit earlier for the red gates, but now straightening the line up. He knows he can afford to take a chance or two down here to try to build up some speed as he approaches the entry to the flat section.
50.24 Pedersen's time, 5.87 off the pace.
Ooh. Risky there, getting the ski very flat towards the exit of the end of the exit turn. The ski drifting from left to right ever so slightly. It's a good way to get them gliding, but it's a risky tactic at the same time.
109.69 has come and gone, and Dugan will slot into provisional 10th, 9.1 off the pace for the American.
Great shots here, showing the commitment shown by all of the sit skiers. You know, just one edge to hold them up in each of those turns. Have to be so confident.
Mori Taiki from Japan, next on track, 41 years of age, made his Paralympic Winter Game debut in Salt Lake City way back in 2002, 20 years ago. He's got 4 silvers to his name in giant slalom in 06, downhill in 10, and Super G in 14, and the downhill again in 2018.
Absolutely flawless on this top section. Taiki Mori doing a great job here, clearing these gates as if he's on the slalom course. Going very deep into this turn. It straightens it up. Just a little line adjustment. Has to be certain of this one. Oh, he's nailed the entry.
Wow, 6/10, the wrong side of the clock. It said before these games he's determined to bring home a gold, having finished in second place on 4 occasions.
Amazing skiing down through the high toy bowl. Both the athlete and the equipment pushed to the max. He gets the reward.
And he gets the green light, 9/100ths of a second. He's given himself every opportunity of taking his first Paralympic gold medal. And he's looking quick through the canyon section, but is it quick enough? 109.69, the time of Pedersen, our leader from Norway. And here comes Mori now, tucking for the line. And he is outside it, and he's third, 0.92 off the pace.
Wow, that was some skiing through the high toy bowl. Ski prep perhaps letting him down just a little as the snow gets warmer on that lower, flatter section.
David Allen Williams from the United States of America, next out the start hut with bib number 65. He's 42 years of age in his first major championships. He was due to race at the World Champs in January, but sustained concussion in a training run, so didn't start any of the races.
Pushing it to the max here. Into high toy bowl. He's a little out of shape in terms of the race line just as he came to that last split, but not letting that put him off. Oh, but tries to get too ambitious in the middle part of high toy bowl. The line just a bit too direct to be able to hold on to. He knew he had to take risks following the mistakes a little bit earlier on, but ultimately they didn't pay off for David Allen Williams, and he shows on our stats as a DNF, does not finish. No harm done though, other than a dent to the pride. Let's a quick look back. This is where he's running a little wide, so he goes in extremely hot, very direct to the entry to the high toy bowl. As a consequence, a couple of turns later, he's still on that direct line and just cannot hang on to the carve and goes down on his side.
Well, Corey Peters in the middle, but it's Pedersen who's actually in the gold medal slot on the right of screen in the light blue jacket. Everyone relaxed at the top of the hill. Right now, they'll switch on shortly.
Yeah, that's the calm before the storm, you could say.
current standings in this men's Super G sitting race. Pedersen from Peters and Mori. Chen Liang from the People's Republic of China, 24 years of age, first Paralympic Winter Games. And trying to chase down the time of Jesper Pedersen, our leader. It's already nearly a second off the pace.
Good job through the tail section of the Silk Roads by Chen, keeping things going smoothly. It's important. I've mentioned Cam before the storm is a little bit like that on this section, but this is where things really start to get busy. Sets himself, does a bit of an extra turn to set himself up.
3.84 off the pace. Good line coming inside all those ruts, but that's because he's not going quite as quickly as those before him.
Doesn't manage to regain the ideal line through the middle part. He's keeping decent pace though, so let's pay close attention to the next split.
5.15, the wrong side of the clock. 9th position at that point of the challenge.
Gets the shoulders down, tries to keep that ski quiet and running smoothly across these slower, flatter sections.
109.69, Pedersen's time, that's come and gone. Chen, 117.41, 10th for the time being. Lou Bradenon of France, the 26-year-old in his first Paralympic Winter Games out of the hut.
He comes off the tail end of the Silk Road. The start intervals between the athletes has been reduced just to get us through the field, so we're not able to show the whole run.
He was 0.71 down at the first split, 3.55 at the second.
Trying to get early purchase in these turns in the high toy bowl, but leaving himself too little space really to get the ski rolled up smoothly to initiate a smooth and strong, powerful, gradual carve. It's a shorter line, but has it gained him time? No.
Nope. The 3.55 is now 6.68. And Dagond of France. The final terrain change, 109.69, won't be beaten, and 10th for the time being for the Frenchman. Murat Pellic of Switzerland, the next to challenge, 39 years of age, his second Paralympic Winter Games, his best finish, his 13th in slalom in 2018, but missed last season with a fractured wrist. It's going to be aiming for Paris and the Summer Paralympic Games. And he wants to try and take part in Paris shooting.
Elite drifting a little through the middle part of the high toy bowl. He had a good entry turn. He got pushed a little wide, and still the ski getting away from him in the lower part. It's hard to emphasize how difficult technically these turns are. They just get harder and harder, more and more difficult as this whole section develops. Compose himself now, just stay calm down across the flats here. Don't lose any extra time and cut in as tight as he dares on this final curve and head for the line.
Pellic off the final jump. Will stop the clock in 1:18.54. He'll slide into 13th for the time being. Aaron Ewan from New Zealand, the 25-year-old in his first Paralympic Winter Games. He was due to race in Pyeongchang in 2018, but fractured his hip in December of 2017. And 0.85 off the pace at the first time split. Ewan finds himself now 3.61 off the pace as he enters the high toe bolt, but he's a little wide in the line.
Good execution, and the times, I think, you know, reflect pretty well for a fairly inexperienced skier. He's certainly taking a brave few sets of turns down through here, trying to chop the line to save some time. Rig working well for him as he sweeps around that final curve in the high toy bowl.
55.71 his time split at the bottom of the bowl. And Ewan, a couple of gates from home now. Off the jump, heads for the finish, and will stop the clock in 1:16.04. 8th position for Ewan.
And he's going to be delighted with that.
Pavel Bambasek from the Czech Republic next on track, a 37-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. Also plays para golf and took part in the 2016 European Para Golf Championships, where he finished a very credible 11th place, but 5.03 off the pace. And getting some pace into the high toe bowl. Gets away with that one.
I don't know how. He found a lucky little pile of soft snow, but for the second time of asking, well, Lady Luck's still with them, but deserted him somewhat. That was some escape he managed up at the top of the high toe bowl. Bambusek living on the ragged edge. Keeps it going, though. Can't fault his commitment.
Well, the heart would have been in the mouth.
Yeah, time's gone by, but, you know, to say these guys and girls in the sit skis in these conditions today, everybody deserves a medal, to be quite honest. It's you have to be as brave as a lion to tackle this hill, that's for sure.
So Bambasek down in one piece. He was down a couple of times on the snow, but he's across the finish line to set a time. Sam Tate of Australia, the next to challenge in his second Paralympic Winter Games. 30 years of age, and the best finish in the Paralympic Winter Games of 11th in the downhill in 2018.
Into high toe bowl, deficit's 2.78. That's pretty respectable for these later runners. Sam Tate keeping the work rate up. Oh, just a bit too ambitious there and just laid the rig on its side too much. Hit the gate very, very hard, and as a result, the ski just pops out from underneath him. And yeah, despite his best efforts, he's not going to finish this one. That's a shame.
Well, got himself upright, but yeah, just came in far too tight on that blue gate.
Yeah, he'd run himself into a line that he really couldn't avoid doing that. He would have got pushed too far below the gate if he had managed to sort of set the carve up. So he just had to try and chop this off and hope for the best. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. But again, you know, that's a good indication of the level of difficulty, the level of risk that these athletes have to take in Super G. The pace very, very high, something like 80 kilometers per hour down through that section, and the turns swinging right across the hill, something like 8 or 10 meters across the hill between each turn, and only 40 or 50 meters between the actual gates to make that direction change. You can see up on the lines on the snow, the tracks on the snow, high up by the top blue line. That's really where you want to be, ideally, to be able to carry your speed. And you can see Sam Tate's line in there, the one just behind the course worker who's putting the flag back on, coming in just way too hot. No way he was getting away with that.
Six remain at the top of the hill, and they're just going to have to wait while the gate is repaired in the middle of the high toe bowl. And that is good to go, so that will be relayed back up to the top, and the start referee relay that to the athletes, and we'll get ourselves underway. There he is, Sawano Hiroshi on the right of the start hut. Pascal Christen of Switzerland, the 29-year-old in his first Paralympic Winter Games, is the next out of the gate. He joined the Swiss Army high performance program last year, one of the first wheelchair athletes to be asked. And let's see how he fares in this men's Super G sitting race. 11.6 the first split time, and he's 0.7 of a second off the pace of Pedersen.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the skiing, technically speaking. Just could maybe have just gone a little straighter on those top gates. It's all very well. It's very easy for me to say that from the commentary position, but out there in the heat of the moment, the athlete has to they can only take the risks that they feel capable or brave enough of pulling off.
Christen,
oh, it's a shame. It's a shame, because that was another good split there that we saw just as he came across that the final little check there on the entry to the high toy bowl. Gets the ski underneath and manages to arrest the fall, but yeah, once again that setting up to try to get this right-hander. The sweet point on the entry to the turn, it's just gone by him, so he runs out into that soft stuff. The ski's not going to react the right way, and down he goes on his side. It really has turned out to be the crucial turn in this competition today in every single one of the categories, for many where the race has been won or lost.
So the gate marshals are keeping busy.
Yeah, it's a good way to describe this section here. You know, you can see how wide across the hill the guys and girls have to ski down through the whole of the high toy bowl there. And as a consequence, that's really why that entry turn is so critical. If you can't set yourself up for those following turns in that very difficult entry turn, then you're really going to be in trouble. So the money turns, the coaches will call those sections, that's for sure.
Han Sang-min from Korea out on track, 42 years of age, made his Paralympic Winter Games debut in 2002. And got his only podium then as well when he was second in the GS. And, missed 2014 because of his shoulder injury, but was the first athlete from Korea to win a medal in Alpine skiing at the Paralympic Winter Games with that silver in the giant slalom.
Yeah, and this is, I would suggest, maybe a high-speed reconnaissance of the race piste for the forthcoming giant slalom contest for Hank. He knows he's not in contention for the medal positions here.
That's a couple of bites of that entry.
Yeah, really challenging conditions now as the snow gets more and more chopped up and changeable from one turn to the next. But Han keeping it nice and clean, nice and calm through that final run into the canyon section.
Han Sang-min, 3 gates from home, and he will stop the clock in a time of 1:19.43 and slides into 16th position. Yan Heiling from the People's Republic of China, the next to go, 19 years of age. Has been para-skiing for just 4 years.
Another skier taking a slightly conservative line on the top section. Skiing it solidly, but without huge amount of risks from gate to gate. Coming off the end of Silk Road now. keeping the line as tidy as he can, staying on the central part of the ideal racing line. We're seeing this soft snow building up on the outside of where the majority of skiers have run, so he really wants to avoid that, particularly coming in here. Ooh, good job. Really good job here on the entry to High Toy Bowl.
Yeah,
Oh, he's down. Oh, oh, wow. That's such a shame. He kind of got stuck on the edge there, unable to release the turn and readjust the direction. The airbag doing its job. He's well tangled up in the B netting, the smaller net that's designed to gradually slow the skier down. Definitely have a bit of a hold here while they untangle him. He's communicating with the gate marshal there. Let's keep our fingers crossed that there's no injury sustained. Looks to be okay, that's
yeah.
good. That was a big hit, really big hit there into the airbag. And again, you know, when you see the guys and girls executing smoothly down through High Toy Bowl, it takes away from the actual velocity that they're traveling. It's only really when something goes wrong that you get a proper realization of the pace these athletes or skiers are carrying underfoot as they come down through this section. It's not just turny, it's really steep in there as well, so massively challenging hill.
So they managed to unpick Jan.
Yeah, a quick check from the medical staff. He seems to be okay, and that gives the course workers a bit of time to properly repair the B netting. These poles have to go into the snow, minimum really of 30 centimeters. Let's have another look at where things started to go awry from. I think in this turn he gets a little bit stuck again, drifts wide, hooks up in that soft snow. There's no chance to change the direction, and he runs out of space really quickly indeed.
It's a very narrow piece down through there, but he will feel himself, if there's a place to go down, it's into that airbag, because the netting can be a hard place to fall into. But
Yeah,
good to see him come down.
Yeah, he looks to be okay, so hopefully he'll be back for the remaining competitions. And as I say, the course workers do have time. We don't have so many left in the field, so it's very important that that B netting is replaced properly and the poles are drilled into the snow to the right depth. It's all designed to take the energy out of the crash and gradually arrest the fall of the skiers should they happen to go off to the side of the course and into either the B netting as Jan did, or into the A netting as we've seen a few folk do already earlier today.
3 remain at the top of the hill. Enrique Plante of Argentina is the first to go, and he's just going through the track in his mind. Couple more minutes just while we get the netting.
Here we go. Here's a close-up of what I was talking about. Now, the gate has to go in, as I say, at least 30 centimeters, the pole rather, and then the netting has to be firmly affixed to those little hooks, and that by design is what takes the energy out of the spill and brings the athletes safely, or relatively safely, to a halt. Gone are the days of having straw bales at the side of the hill. It's all very technical, as it should be, the protection at the side of the mountain.
So really communication key, all different areas of the piece linked together, so everyone has a clear picture in their mind of what is happening on the track. And the course marshals working as quickly and efficiently as they can. Two of our last three runners haven't finished.
Austria copy 75 in the gate.
So those are our medalists. And Argentina will be hoping to disrupt that podium. Enrique Plante of Argentina, the 39-year-old in the start hut, carried the flag at the opening ceremony here in Beijing. Third Paralympic Winter Games for him. Best finish, 11th in the slalom in 2018.
Plante runs a little wide on a couple of those opening turns, running out into the soft snow, and that's reflected in the split time. These are better turns here as he's got the pace built up down through the Silk Road, through the roller coaster section here. Now just needs to keep it clean. So important now to stay in the middle part of the ideal line. He's in a little straight here, I would say, but gets the entry to the high toy ball turn set up well.
85 kilometers an hour as he comes into the high toy ball. And good work from the Argentinian.
Great turns down through here. He's certainly been working on his techniques a little while since I've seen him ski competitively, but Enrique doing a good job down through the high toy bowl there. He can be pleased with those.
4.1 off the pace, currently inside the top 10, so a great run here from Enrique Plante of Argentina. 109.69, our leader's time. And Plante, can he sneak himself inside the top 10? 117.06 required to do that, and he's going to do that.
Oh,
he is.
amazing.
Good ski.
He's going to be delighted with this. You know, the Argentinian program is one of the smallest, and to get a top 10, great.
Brian Rowland of Canada, the penultimate racer in this men's Super G sitting race. First Paralympic Winter Games for Rowland. He took up paraskiing in 2017 and began competing in 2018. And the following year, in 2019, he won the adaptive category in the Canadian Wake Surfing Championships. So
he's got the moves.
He has.
Good skiing from Rowland again. We saw him perform well on day one in the downhill, and following the same pattern here. Day two Super G going well for him so far. This is the trickiest section just coming up. Let's see how he deals with the entry to the high toy bowl. Oh, rides that out nicely.
Oh, he's late now, though.
Yeah,
he's very late.
He got pushed low and just ran himself out of space, really, to make the red gate turn in some kind of carved fashion. But he's managed to, great recovery skills. He's managed to pick up the pace again. The damage has been done, so he just needs to keep calm and bring this one home safely from here.
Oh, he's still inside the top 10, but I have a feeling that too much speed has been taken off because of that error in the middle of the bowl. And not much he can do about it in this section. Just has to sit and wait for the next pitch to come. Here it is, and Rowland will stop the clock. 10th. 6.48 off the pace. Case of what might have been for Rowland. Fujiwara Tetsu of Japan, the last racer on course, 41 years of age in his first major championships, and 0.72 off the pace at the first split. Respectable from Fujiwara.
Good turns, getting good deep angles through the tail end of the Silk Road section. Now the pace starts to hotten up as the pitch increases. Got to move quickly from edge to... Oh, he's just trying to set up there, but the snow, softening snow, not giving him the purchase he was looking for. That was unfortunate because he was, like a few of the guys before him, he was skiing a good tactical game plan, I would say. He'd realized where the difficult sections were, and he was setting himself up well for it, but unfortunately running into that soft snow at the edge of the ideal line, and the ski not getting enough grip to change the direction for him.
Fujiwara is out of the men's Super G sitting. And that means that our podium is confirmed as Fujiwara makes his way down to the bottom of the hill. Disappointment for him, but delight for these three gentlemen here. So the final results of the men's Super G sitting race at Beijing 2022, and Jesper Pedersen of Norway is the Paralympic champion. Corey Peters of New Zealand takes the silver medal, and Mori Taki of Japan the bronze medal, as 20 of the 28 racers that were on the start list managed to make it to the bottom of the hill.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists from the men's 60 Super G.
女士们、先生们，请欢迎北京2022年冬残奥会男子超级大回转。
So let's go to the recognition ceremony for this men's Super G sitting race. And well, it's the same podium from the downhill on day one, just shaken up a little bit. It was Peters in gold, Pedersen in silver, and Mori in third on day one. And now it's Pedersen, Peters and Mori on day two. But some brilliant skiing from all three once again, who clearly feel very comfortable on this hill. And well, with the Super Combined to come on day three, the Super G section on this hill, and then the slalom section over on the Tech hill. Who's to say these three won't be amongst the medals there?
Bronze medal representing Japan,
获得铜牌的是日本运动员
Mori Taiki.
So Mori Taiki of Japan wins a 6th Paralympic Winter Games medal with bronze in the Super G.
新西兰运动员
Corey Peters of New Zealand adds Super G silver to downhill gold in Beijing 2022, sorry.
获得金牌和残奥冠军的是挪威运动员
And the Paralympic Winter Games champion in Beijing 2022 for men's Super G sitting, it's Jesper Pedersen.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalists.
女士们、先生们，
An exciting race in the men's Super G sitting category. And Pedersen with a really good ski as he adds the Paralympic gold to the Paralympic World Championship silver medal that he won on home snow in Lillehammer earlier this year. And that wraps up the proceedings on day two here on the Haituo Mountain at the Yansing National Alpine Skiing Centre. A thrilling day of racing once more. And you can see from the snow in the finish area just how soft it is starting to get.
Well, that wraps up day number 2 of the Paralympic Winter Games here from Beijing. Super excited to be celebrating the wins of all these incredible athletes.
So the Yansing National Alpine Ski Centre bathing in March sunshine as we look out of the start huts of this Super G track, which will be in use again for the Super Combined that takes place on day 3 of these games. Now looking across to the training hill for the speed events here at the Yansing National Alpine Skiing Centre. Well, another brilliant day of para-alpine skiing here at the Yansing National Alpine Skiing Centre.
Exciting stuff. You know, no matter which category, which of the athletes you're talking about, it's inspiring, incredible skiing. Everybody bringing it to the limit, whether it's a crash and burn day or a day where an athlete takes home a medal. You have to have such respect for these guys and girls out there on the mountainside. Amazing racing in the Super G.
Well, history written at the Yansing National Alpine Skiing Centre on day 2 of these Paralympic Winter Games Beijing 2022. Zhang Mengqi of the People's Republic of China becomes their first ever Paralpine gold medalist in the women's Super G standing. And then Liang Jingyi became China's first male Paralpine gold medalist in the men's Super G standing. From everyone here on day 2, it's bye-bye.